apologize. I was running a bit late today, which I never run late, by the way.
Can you pass the apology for both? Because I was late too.
And for VP/state representative. With me, I have voting members to my left, your right, Council Vice President and State Representative Estela Reyes and Councilor Rich Russell. If you can, let me do this first. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Personnel Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend in person here at the City Council chambers or may access the meeting through our Lawrence City Council Facebook and YouTube pages. Now, if you can join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilors, we have no minutes for approval today, but we do have two new businesses. First item is item 351-23, the appointment of Virginia Garcia to the Licensing Board with her term expiring June 5th, 2023. And this is brought to us by Mayor DePena, but we have our city attorney, Attorney Hooten, to speak on his behalf. Hello, Attorney.
As you can tell, the appointment cannot be till June 2023, as that has happened many months ago. The appointment is to June of 2024.
June of 2024.
As is the custom here, let me just tell you that Ms. Garcia had sent me her resume, and I apologize it's not in front of you. It had encryption on it, and we tried our darndest. She comes from the school department. It had school department encryption. The good news is school department emails are pretty encrypted. The bad news is I couldn't get it done. So she's going to speak of her resume, her history towards the licensing boards. But I do apologize to the board because I know I try to have these things.
You have it with you right now?
She has it on her phone. I still couldn't. I went up to my office 2 times tonight trying to get it printed out, and I couldn't get it printed out.
Chief of Staff Castro.
I can send it to you, or you can give me 5 minutes.
Can you, yeah, can I get a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Second.
It's been, motion has been made by Councilor Reyes, motion, and it's been properly second. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
Thank you so much.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
This position, but to know that someone is willing to take out of their free time to commit to something they're so passionate about, and we share equally the same passion, which is our road to librarianship. And not only has he been truly involved with the city, he's also a city resident, and he is something that we want to see more in a lot of the boards, is this newer generation getting involved with a lot of the politics or bureaucracy behind it. And I think it's important because it allows us to kind of consider what it is to have a voice for each denomination within our city. So with that, I introduce Ruben Fernandez. If you want to ask him, feel free to.
Hello there, good evening. It's a pleasure to meet you all. So my name is Ruben Fernandez. I'm currently an attorney here in the state of Massachusetts. I primarily practice in the real estate law. I help a lot of the residents here in the city of Lawrence. I do a lot of landlord-tenant, so I tend to do some pro bono cases as well as attempt to permanently keep them in their residence before they're kicked out. What I'd like to do is help the city of Lawrence in different ways here in the library. I'd like to make meaningful and important policies that will positively impact the city of Lawrence residents. So I'm here to try and make a positive change.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Can you tell us why you're interested in joining this board?
So again, yeah.
Specifically, I know you just gave the whole, but specific to the library, what interests you specifically about the library, or what changes do you think, or improvements do you think that the library needs that you can, be that asset for their program in the
Yeah, I'm
department?
currently seeing a lot of positive change in the library, and first and foremost, I want to be a part of that positive change. I think I want to make sure first that the staff of the library and the library itself is in good and proper working manner. I think that's important. I hear that the roof is not all too good. So I just want to make sure that the in-house is being taken care of. And then that we provide the necessary resources that I know are there, but are not well known of, so that the residents have that access, so the residents could have that sort of help that they need. I know I used it when I was young. I went to Lawrence High School. It was right next door. I used to study there, and even for the bar exam, the state portion I took there in the city library. So it was a big help for me, and I know it's going to be a big help for many of the students, young and adults, in the city of Lawrence.
Awesome, thank you. Councilor Reyes?
Well-needed position. My question to Ms. Abreu is that he's going to be getting paid through this.
No. To answer that, no. So the Board of Trustees is actually a position that's non-paid. It's literally a representation of the community being able to look over according to the ordinance, the operations and management of the library.
I knew the answer, but I want you to say it in public.
Thank you.
Louder and clear, because that doesn't usually happen.
Correct.
This is not often we see someone who's come and dedicated their free time to donate it to the city that they love. And even though I knew that the answer, sometimes we have to ask, because sometimes we get the questions, and why did they say they volunteer and they're getting paid? So we want to just cut it right here. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. My next question is, what will be the hours that you're going to be offering to our constitution, just in case that I'm going to be referring someone, and that way we can have a full schedule?
Absolutely. So our hours of operation for the library have changed. We have done a huge grassroots initiative to get that information out there. So our hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We have extended the hours in the evening to accommodate the public we actually do serve. And we are also open Fridays and Saturdays from 9 to 5. We are closed on Sundays. In addition to that, our board meetings take place normally on average third Thursday of the month at 4.
So in case that we get any refer, do we have to run this through you? We have to call, we have to make an schedule in advance? How this is going to work?
If you're asking to use our hours of operation for any library use, or for the committee?
If someone is going to be making an appointment to see Mr. Fernandez, so they have to go through that?
They go through the library itself. So we have an email, libraryinfo@cityoflawrence.com. And also on our webpage, you'll see that they'll feature the Board of Trustees, and they also have a contact information available for them there, who they are and what they practice, so the person or constituent can reach out to them directly. But we do encourage everyone to use libraryinfo@cityoflawrence.com with any concerns that they would like to bring to the Board of Trustees' attention, so that we can disseminate it amongst all the board members.
One more time, any phone number that we can call, just in case that someone can navigate it, Android, computer, website, or
Absolutely. So our phone number to the main line is 978-620-3600, and our website is Lawrence P, as in Paul, L, as in library, .com. So again, we'll be able to give you as much as information we need, but the number again is 978-620-3600.
You both.
Counselor Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Abreu, just out of curiosity, in your letter, you said to the mayor, you said, "I'm writing to bring to your attention a group of exceptional individuals." How many was in the group of exceptional individuals?
I actually had in that time just 2. Both very qualified, but I left it up to the mayor.
Okay, I will entertain a motion at this
Motion
point.
to send it to the full council with favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second has been made. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez, please make sure to be at the next full council meeting, which is next Tuesday at 7 PM for the final vote. Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, can I get a motion to untable document 351-23, appointment of Virginia Garcia to the licensing board?
So, second.
Motion has been made, properly second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. So,
Good evening again. Just so I can explain, I believe you've been provided with a document which represents Ms. Garcia's resume. I do, again, want to apologize for the form it's in. Because of the encryption, we just had the hardest time, and this is what we could be able to print, so she does apologize. It would be in a more formal font and point, but we wanted to give you the information, as you can see, just before the meeting, so what you have before you. If you just look at it for content rather than for presentment, I would appreciate it.
yes. So I have a comment, and in my head, I find it very difficult to accept the explanation about being, encrypted or whatever, because we were just provided the copy right away right now. This should have been in the packet. And after going through it, I see that Ms. Garcia has an amazing educational experience, and your background is amazing. But I can't see a connection for the licensing board. And now my head is going to, well, was her resume not provided because she doesn't have a strong background specifically for the licensing board? And that's where my head is going.
Sure.
That is my comment, and I want to give an opportunity to Ms. Garcia to introduce herself and tell us why she wants to join the licensing board.
Sir.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Garcia. I live in 411 Riverside Drive here in Lawrence, and I live in here in this city almost for 45 or 43 years. And I have my family, and I have 2 kids, and my husband and me. We have my family is coming from Ecuador. And we have our roof. We decide to stay in this city because we think that in this city we can raise our kids, and also we enjoy this community. And I'm working for Gilmet School. Before that, I working for Oliver School for many years. And like you say, I don't have the strong background for the position that you required. I think that's, I understand that, but I think we can help our community. It doesn't matter if we don't have the strong background in that condition that you require. And I was working as a volunteer in different areas in the community. Doesn't matter that's for the school, for the city hall, for any other place. It's only everything that I move into me is that to help others or to working with others. And it's not my background, but I'm trying, you know? That's the important thing. When we want to have a good city, make a good decisions, and I think that is for me what they make me think about to have this position. Because the city start growing, we have more members in the community, it's different ethnics, and I think that's why I decided to make that decision to try to see if I can do something in that area. But like I mentioned to you before, is for me, it's a privilege to be here tonight to let you know that I'm interested in this position.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions?
You're welcome.
Councilor Reyes. Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Garcia, for coming forward and apply for this position. I remember one time back on, well, I'm not gonna say back to how long, because I don't want people to try to age me. But it was a long time ago when I did not have any experience, and I was part of LRA. And I served that board with all my heart, with not having a strong background. And I hope that if you continue decide to come forward for this position, you put your heart. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. I know that Madam Chair asked a question because it's not connection to be educated and be having a parents come in front of you asking for a license that probably can be revoked, suspended, and then you have to see the same parents the next day at the Gilmel school. I'm sure that was the only reason that she did that, but I know you longer enough, and I know that you're gonna do whatever it takes for you to serve your community the same way that you have done it with your heart, and to make sure that when you have to make a tough decision, you're only gonna be thinking with the material that you're gonna be having in front of you. No, because I know you because it's a parents to one of the child that I'm educated, or no, because I know you for a long time. Sometimes we have been put in a position that we have to be who we need to be.
Exactly.
Thank you for apply, and I hope that you can put your heart, like you have done it before, for this position.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Motion to send it with favor recommendation?
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. It's been properly second. Discussion? Roll call. Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
And the chair votes no. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Your vote has passed.
Thank you,
Please make
Dan.
sure to be with us next Tuesday at 7 for the final vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, now can I have a motion to untable item 325-23, the appointment of Pedro V. Tejeda to the LRA board to complete the balance of term of Eddie Rosa, which expires August 11th of 2024.
So move.
Motion has been made, it's probably second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. When we have both Mr. Tejeda and we have Advisor Spanner here with us, I don't know,
Yes, good
who wants to
evening,
go first?
committee chairman, person, and councilors tonight. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize because I know when the name came before you, this agenda item, I was traveling. It was an emergency travel, and unfortunately, I couldn't be here during the mix, and also travel arrangements, I forgot to communicate with Mr. Pedro Tejada. I sincerely apologize for that. However, today, we're here before you. The mayor is proposing the candidacy of Mr. Pedro Tejada to be member of the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority. Mr. Tejada is a longtime resident of Lawrence. He's also a member of the business community. He has many years of volunteering as well in the city and has a passion for redevelopment. One of the biggest reasons, besides all the above that the aforementioned, is that Mr. Tejada also has a background in finance, which is one of the level of expertise that is required also on the LRA board, because there's different financing mechanisms and the complexity of it requires people with understanding. So I would I would like to call Mr. Pedro Tejada to the podium so he can introduce himself and answer questions.
Thank you, Octavian.
So, Mr. Tejada, why would you like to join the board?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to also address the other council members and thank them for their time, Ms. Curry. As a lifelong resident of the city of Lawrence, I've seen the many changes and challenges that this city has undergone in, I want to say, my lifetime, from a community that was for a very long time depressed and blighted, and we could say, I dare say, abandoned, to a community that now we could say is a 180-degree difference in terms of its direction and in terms of the capital investments, energy, and direction that it's taken. I've been blessed. I'm the son of immigrants. My mom came here when Lawrence Maid and the Greco brothers were hiring, and she stayed here, raised a family. I happen to be the oldest of 6 children. I've had both the blessing and the curse of seeing the world, and it did not matter where I was. Lawrence has always been my home, and I always introduced myself as a resident and as a citizen of the city. With that being said, my only desire is to help as best I can and add my voice and my experience in a way that I saw fit. So when I submitted my resume, I believe this was the choice that best suited my expertise, or I humbly say my experiences.
Councilors, any questions?
Just a comment.
Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Tejeda,
Thank you.
to come forward. I know you for a long time, and there's no doubt that you're going to be putting everything it needs to be taken to make us feel proud of the work that you're going to be doing for our cities. I do believe when you say that Lawrence always has been in your heart, because we fought together for many causes in the past. And I want you to continue being this advocate for your city, for your people, and for you. Thank you for applying for this position.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes.
Any other questions? I have a question.
Of course.
Mr. Tejeda, so we're in a very unique situation at the time, I would say, not only in Lawrence, but across the country, where obviously development is needed, but also like in a city like ours, we're a smaller city, and that causes X, Y, and Z issues. Where do you think your background can come into place in helping us navigate balancing the need to provide, but also the need to address the issues that we've had that come with redeveloping our community?
That's a very good question. So they seem diametrically opposed. When you develop, you bring a certain amount of people in that potentially can create certain levels of congestion. So as a real estate developer as well, and as an investor in property, one of the first things that I've always tried to do is allocate the resources at my disposal to the highest and best use of the individual properties that we are investing in. So when you invest in, let's say, in developing a property, you also have to address the need for parking. You have to address the need of the space that you're undergoing. So I think what may resemble a problem for the city of Lawrence is actually an opportunity where we can redirect some of the energy that we need in, as not just in the redevelopment of property, but in the redevelopment of the spaces needed to, to put cars, to be able to have people park, to be able to redevelop green space. It's not in as much a challenge that goes against what we're trying to do, in as much as redirecting, excuse me, our energy in a different direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
Motion to send it with favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? It's been properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Please join us next Tuesday at 7 PM for the full council and final vote. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we have no other items. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Been properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
There's more than that now. And God forbid if we didn't have it.
He recovers from his deathbed.
Much to a lot of people's chagrin.
No, I'm not gonna be around Tuesday, I gotta go to work. I'm not working out there.
You here to talk in favor of TMF?
I can if I have to. What's it worth to me?
Must be dreaming, those bad guys. Listen, I'm gonna look at it. You'll be able to tell if they're new.
Yeah, I think so. Now all they need to do is get coffee at this meeting, it'll be fine. Oh, good idea. I need a coffee so bad. Whatever she wants to do is fine with me. What's good is that I endorsed all three of you in today's paper, so I'm hoping for a favorable vote.
Abbott Street.
Isn't it perpetually on every agenda?
Now, is there any way I can, if I may ask, is there any way that I can get copies of those documents that you are looking at? I want to follow this all the way through.
Want a copy of this?
Yes, just that, can I have a record, tweet? Is it on the agenda? Well, if it's on the agenda, that's good enough. I don't need the documents. It's enough to adjust, but I don't have a copy of the agenda. I don't think anybody does. I asked for a copy of the agenda. Of the agenda.
This is the whole agenda, this is what we're going to talk about tonight.
Is that a public document?
Yeah.
I'd love to have a copy. Thank you.
All right.
No, that's not. It isn't. Oh. I have no idea.
Careful with the stars, it's not a date.
I can always tell from the tone of your voice. When I hear the love in your voice, I know you're talking about me.
Is this gonna be on the blooper reel?
I'm gonna start an inter-trading business in a residential neighborhood in the basement. I'm gonna offer, sports entertainment and hookah, smoking hookah, after they have their meal. We'll have it ventilated properly and everything. Everybody else is running everything down in their basements and cellars without licenses in the city. I don't see why I can't, but my income will be
let's get to some really important issues. We need coffee at these meetings. There should be a vote that the council provide coffee at all meetings. You'd probably get more people, would show up. Yeah, I know, I would. You don't want more people. You don't want more people. Under the old charter, when we had aldermen, 5 more. 5 more. There isn't even a court machine downstairs anymore.
First 2 pages, because we're not gonna go past it, to be honest. You got it.
Thank you.
All right, can I get any more buyers? No, me, thank you.
So, Mr. President, we need coffee at these meetings.
I'll take one off.
And I also noticed that there's no more Coke machine downstairs, so is there even like...
We're anti-drug. We are.
Take one, Tom. Come on,
I'm
take
pro
one.
drugs.
That's right, my leanings. Mr. Melville, you're all set. No more? No more?
Leave it up there, somebody will take it.
Right? Yes. Okay, Councilor President, we were only waiting for you. So we are 10 minutes late,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna take any blame.
The public will support me, I wouldn't need copies.
Do you have Xfinity?
What number is this?
Comcast?
Mark,
My mother's looking to watch the meeting, but she's got Comcast Xfinity and she doesn't know what channel it is.
22.
Yeah, I told her 22, but she said it's not on yet, because that's probably because we're still not on yet.
I gotta get a new pair of dollar glasses, but what was that number, Mark, of that ordinance number? Could you tell me? Do you mind? Council Reyes, could you tell me what article that was for Abbott Street? What number here? I don't have my glasses. Be better if I saw the number.
You are going to be Abbott Street.
Thank you.
I'd like to come by midnight.
Good evening and welcome to the Ordinance Subcommittee. Today is Tuesday, October 10, 2023. Time is 7:40. Yes, 7:40. Members are present, Councilor Alarge, Selena Reyes, and thank you, Councilor President, to come forward. Due to that I didn't have quorum for this meeting, he was willing to come forward and make this happen. Thank you, Councilor President, for taking your valued time to be here with us. I have no minutes to approve. Pursuant to Chapter 20 Act of 2022, this meeting of an ordinance committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that the person who would like to listen to view this meeting while in process may either attend in person at the location of or use any of the following access location: Facebook Lawrence City Council page and YouTube Lawrence City Council page. Councilor, I'm going to be taking a couple of items out of order. And the first one, if it's not opposition, is going to be motion to take document 33923 out of order. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. 33923 is tender permit to use Barclay Garage through April 2026. It has been put on the agenda by Michael Gorfman, the Movement Family, TMF. If you can come forward. I am personally have no question. I've been participating. I know how important this is for the city. So I'm gonna open, if you wanna say anything different than what we don't know.
Just looking for an extension for an additional 2 years to a dinner that I think means so much to us, the individuals in the street, and especially the community of Lawrence.
So I know there was a conversation between the boss was looking to extend the hours. What is the status on that?
So
For the public, I know the answer.
yes, so they have the 8 o'clock bus leaving the Buckley as scheduled. The 9 o'clock bus, which is the extended time that they put into place, picks up individuals outside of the bus station, I believe, in front of like Northern Essex Community College. so, which doesn't interfere with our dinner at all.
Okay, so how do we are continue doing with the cleaning after we do the food serving on Wednesday?
Yeah, cleaning's actually been great. We make sure the place is immaculate before we leave. We also have a great relationship with a DPW worker, I think that works the overnight shift there at the Buckley. So he comes in with his truck. He's also going through the entire premises with us, and he's been wonderful. So we have a great relationship with him.
You only clean once a week, or you kind of go like more than one?
Nope, so only there one night a week, only for 3 hours. So strictly just that 3-hour time frame.
Counselor, any question? What is that?
What's the number?
On 33923. 339, second page. The last item. Wait a minute. Yep.
Chair, so my question regarding, I think you were heading down this road regarding the Buckley Garage. We're still using the Buckley Garage. Do we know how much longer we're gonna be using the Buckley Garage for transportation services? Do we know how much longer? I know they're looking to make a transition over to the Pat McGovern Garage.
I could probably answer that. So in my discussions with Noah Berger, I think that they said their target was September to be doing all of their bus runs out of the south side instead of on the north side.
So what I'm hearing then, Madam Chair, is that we're looking to discontinue the use of the Buckley Garage for transportation services starting in September of what year?
I believe this year, unless it's
Yeah.
changed since the last time we spoke.
We just passed it, so is it operational right now? We're in October.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2024.
You know, being in the hospital for a month, my months are pushed back, so I guess it's toward the end of October. I can call them and find out for you if you want.
Well, I think it's important because if the reality is that this is becoming an empty structure, except for parking purposes, right? And there's no transportation, there's no buses. This conversation goes in a different direction, right? If the buses are still going down there for another 2 or 3 weeks, if that's what we're understanding, if we can get some clarification, that would be useful. You know, that there's 2 different conversations, depends on what the answer is. So that would be helpful if you.
My initial conversation with him back in early July was that they were shooting for September. And you're right, the months have gotten past me because I was down for a little bit. So I was expecting that it was going to be done by the end of September, but I know that was only their target date, so I can't really speak for them, but I'm more than happy to reach out to Noah.
They say September when we were in that
Right.
conversation, so I don't know what happened, which we can look it into more
We're working
information.
very well with them. They can still pull in. We've cordoned off the section where they can pull in that first entrance on Common Street, and they pull in, they can drop off and then pull out on Amesbury Street. And so we don't set up anywhere beyond that first opening so that they can still come through. So they still,
But they actually don't need to because the 8 o'clock bus, once the 8 o'clock bus leaves, we come in as normal. The 9
Right.
o'clock bus doesn't.
right, and so the 9 o'clock bus doesn't come in, it's only the 8 o'clock bus. And we don't really start setting up till about 8:30. So there's really not much of a crossover, but even if they were to pull in, it's still, we don't set up for that last 100 feet where the opening is. So it's really, like, there's no conflict at all. We've met with them twice in the mayor's office and in their office on Common Street, and we've got a pretty good partnership with them right now.
So I'm just gonna take it at this level that the days or the weeks for the use of the Buckley Garage for transportation services is rapidly nearing an end.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm talking before the end of this calendar year, maybe even before the end of this month. Is that accurate? Okay, so that's the first thing. So that's good to, actually very good to know. The second thing is, what are we going to be doing with that garage? Will it then strictly be a garage? Is that what the intended purpose for this structure is? Do we know anything else about the Buckley besides, is that it? Does anybody know any more information regarding the Buckley?
I know that it has been a ongoing conversation with the mayor, that he has some plan that he hasn't disclosure yet, but I know that he has a plan to do some kind of sporty space for the kids, except on Wednesdays. So that was my last, yeah. I don't know, that's what I heard, is sporting spade for the kids to, so I don't know exactly what is the plan that he's gonna be having, but I know that whatever he's gonna do, he's gonna be closed on Wednesday, and he's gonna be useful for the rest of the week.
Okay, so it appears that there's some plans, although we're pretty unsure about those plans,
Yeah.
for the garage. Is what, how does that work with, I know it's once a week, and I know it's at night. How does that jive with the once a week at night with TMF at the Buckley? I don't think any of us knows the answer to that question.
Well, we've been working very closely with the mayor's office, the mayor himself, as well as with Octavian, who sits as a member of the LRA, Lawrence Redevelopment Authority. And so we've been working very closely with them about working on a building, as we talked about the last time we were here. Unfortunately, one of our board members passed away, Frank Can, who was actually instrumental in working on getting the building, so that has set us back a year. But we have talked to the mayor's office, and they've assured us that whatever their plans are for that building, that they're willing to accommodate TMF on Wednesday nights. So I was told both by Mr. Castro, by Mr. Spanner, and the mayor himself, as well as Michael was there, that whatever they had planned for that building, they have no intention on throwing TMF out for as long as we have the permit and we're legally allowed to be there.
all right, other questions? This is supposed to be through April of 2026?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay, that's what it says on my cheat sheet here. So that's all of '24, all of '25, and I don't know, when does the current permit expire?
I believe April. So we're coming now because we know that there's an election coming up, we know there's a new council coming in, and we just thought that with this council knowing the situation, having heard us 2 years ago, it's the same council, we thought it would just be a lot easier to try and get it renewed now, rather than doing it at the end of next year, like in April, when we've got new councils that have to be brought up to speed. We have to educate them on what we do, and then answer all the same questions over again. So we thought maybe if we came before you now, it would just be a lot easier to just get this done, so we can project our plans for the next 2 years.
And so the current permit is for was it 2-year
2
permit?
years, yes.
The current permit is, it's a 2-year permit.
Right.
And you're looking for additional when we had this conversation, and I don't remember all the details, 2 years ago now, what was the assurance that TMF gave to the city with respect to the permit? Did you provide, and it wasn't written, were we left with the impression that we just need a couple years to get our feet together, work this through, and we're gonna find something more permanent?
Yes.
Something like that is in
Right.
my head.
And Frank Can, who was the CEO of FH Can Associates in North Andover, was working with us on getting a site and getting a building. And then unfortunately, he contracted cancer last year, so he was down for almost a year. At that point, when he got sick, we started working with the LRA through Octavian Spanner in the mayor's office. And, it has set us back a year. And so we're not even sure we're gonna need the 2 years, but we're just gonna ask for the 2 years so we don't have to keep coming back if something happens.
One of the things that I need to justify in my head, and Mr. Duggan, you know where I'm gonna come from on this.
Yep.
Which is, what are our use of government resources? Are we expanding the use of government resources? And I realize we're not expanding because it's already been there for 2 years, but are we keeping this continued? Can we show any other instances in the city today where we have provided for something as significant as this in scope? I mean, this program has grown from a kernel in someone's head to what it's mushroomed successfully, I might add, to what there is today, where you got people beating down the doors to try to provide assistance on Wednesday nights. It is crazy over there, and I see it all the time. We've got this youth group coming together and that group coming together, and everybody wants to come to be a part of this. They sense the excitement, they understand what this is and how impactful it is, so there is no argument, at least from this counselor, with respect to all those things. So the question I have is if we can park that for a moment. is this really what we should be doing? Is there an opportunity for us to get out of this? And I know that you're working on that. I know that the very unfortunate passing of Mr. Can, someone who I knew not as well as you because he's been so forefront, but I knew him to be an incredibly generous man and incredibly impactful to our city and to the valley. So I know the footprint that he's left behind. There's a part of me that really struggles. That really struggles with our welfare state continuing at this level.
I get it.
And they're enticing that. We're just encouraging it at any point.
Can I put this in perspective for you guys? Because I was 5 years ago where you are, okay? And when you look at the requests for money from 501c3s in the city of Lawrence, there are over 300 nonprofits in the city who claim that they are here to help the homeless. Over 300 that we've counted. So you've got over 300 of these agencies that are really just on paper, that are applying for grants. We have no idea what they're doing with it. Nobody ever follows up with what they do with the money. TMF, on the other hand, gets no government assistance. It's all private funding. And while we're doing Wednesday nights, while we're feeding the homeless, and I'll turn it over to Michael for a few seconds on that, Michael and TMF have been able to get over 40 people off the streets, into rehab, into transitional housing, and into apartments. So this isn't just feeding the homeless. It's providing services from Tewksbury Detox, various different organizations from outside the city that actually do help the homeless, while all these other 300 organizations who claim they help the homeless, no one has ever seen them, no one knows what they do. We've never once seen them give a sandwich to anybody, give a blanket to someone when it's cold, and TMF has taken it upon themselves, again, no government assistance, to go out there and try and service people that everyone else seems to have forgotten, except for the Lawrence City Council and the mayor's office, who has been nice enough to, back us on the Buckley Garage since then. And I'd like Michael just to talk for a minute about the number of people that TMF has gotten off the streets who are no longer breaking into your cars, who are no longer using drugs, who are no longer being a stress on the police department.
Yeah, so, so I think what we're bringing to the bus station and meeting the person where they're at is key. Individuals from the street aren't always going to walk through a door and seek help themselves. So we're going to them, and what's pretty interesting is hearing the feedback from like the Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, where when they go on a Wednesday night, they're actually seeing the most people that they're even seeing on even a weekly basis. So they're being able to meet with individuals that need medical treatment, which is huge. We now have Pegasus House over on Lowell Street in Lawrence, coming to the dinner the last Wednesday of each month, which is a young program for females with drug addiction. We now have Megan's House, which is the same thing as Pegasus, coming to the dinner, trying to find young girls in addiction in Lawrence and bring them to their program and off the street. And we also have high schools that are booking for the entire fall and into the winter to try to get young minds invested into what's out there in the world and try to learn about giving back. But I think our services that we're bringing to the bus station is key. This is way more than just the dinner, but it's the individuals that we're finding help in getting out of Lawrence and into programs.
Can I just add one more thing? TMF at the bus station has also become a model for other communities who are constantly calling us, constantly calling Michael, about how they can do what we're doing here. And what we've been able to do, what Michael and TMF have been able to do, is remove the stigma of addiction for a lot of people, so that they have a place to go where they're not being judged, where they can get services if they want it, and that other communities are looking to as a model so that they can do there. I mean, Michael's gotten phone calls from California, from all over the country, people saying, we're watching on Facebook your success that you're having. We'd love to do it where we are. Can we meet with you? Can we talk with you? Can we find out, how did you make this work? And I think, for all the things Lawrence has become known for over the years, a lot of the bad stuff Lawrence has become known for, I think once in a while having something positive, having other communities, other states calling and saying, how can we do what Lawrence is doing, I think that's a pretty good thing.
We have a full agenda, and the chair has reminded me that I should probably keep my comments brief, so I'm going to make a couple of comments here. One is, two comments. One is this: I think to be responsible, we need to send this to DPW. We need to find out if we're going to give a 2-year lease at the Buckley Garage, we should know definitively, not we believe it's to be this, we believe it's to be that. What is the use of the Buckley Garage going forward? That's, I think, the responsible, pragmatic, good government thing to do. The second thing, I think, is this. We talk about the various, how successful, and there's no one, I'm not going to cast any shade on that statement. I believe it, I believe that to be true. So, the question now is, and it's always been, through you, Madam Chair, what sticks in my craw is that it's the city of Lawrence that continually needs to step up, continuously needs to step up. When you say other communities are looking for the model, would those communities be some of our neighbors in the Merrimack Valley? Has Methuen, Andover North, Andover, Salem, Dracut, Lowell, other communities reached out to us and said, what are you doing? We want to do the same thing in our city. It would be fantastic, rather than the city of Lawrence, because having to step up again for this, that we have others. Because right now, the argument is this, is that are we, and there is no answer, this is about to say it's rhetorical. We don't, are people coming here because there's a lot of services, or these Laurentians or people who are already here, and that we just happen to have the services that are here? It's the chicken and the egg. It's cyclical. I went to another community outside of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, who also, within the last week, who also has issues, and they ask the same questions. We don't know, and we don't know here either. Although I will tell you, in talking to our homeless coordinator, that we're starting to see a serious uptick in people from outside of the city coming in here and looking for the services. So we're not going to solve that problem here tonight, but I got to tell you, that's something that really resonates to me. I don't mind solving the homeless issue. I don't mind solving the housing issue, but I don't think we should be doing it unilaterally. I think we should be doing it collectively as a region. So two things: one, DPW, and two, which is no answer to, which is how are we getting out of this cycle? And I don't think there's an answer to that.
My answer to that would be, it's going to be generational. And right now, TMF is working with the young adults from all these communities that will take what they learned with us back to their communities. So it's generational. It's going to take time for other people to get it.
Thank you, thank you. Looking for the motion, can I get a motion? Agenda. We've been postponing this meeting for, if it's only 1 minute, I'm gonna allow you to speak. Okay, come to the mic.
The problem that I have is on the same problem that my sister cooks for all these shelters and everything from the church, from the Third Baptist Church. So I'm familiar with it. I'm also familiar with the city and all of the group home, limited group residences, all of the social programs. And anybody that knows anything about an urban city knows poverty will never be eradicated, okay? So there's a good point, and it's true. We have people coming from all over, from other communities, throwing it on Lawrence, and are they Lawrence residents, okay? The programs that were supposed to be for the Lawrence residents, not for everyone.
Mr. Tom Dugan, no.
Could they just, one sentence? I'm pretty sure nobody's coming to Lawrence, Mass. for a dinner one night a week on Wednesdays.
I can be accepting more comments, please. We have to be respect to others. I'm looking for a motion to send document 33923 with favor recommendation.
So move.
I'd like to make a motion that we send this document to DPW to get an answer to the question of what is going to be going on for the Buckley Garage for the next 2 years.
Pending with that information, we can send it out pending that information, and we can bring that information at our next city council meeting, which is going to be next Tuesday.
I will not hold this thing hostage here in the ordinance committee. However, I will not be looking for a favorable recommendation. If you wish to send it on as a committee report, I can certainly I can work with that.
Can you change the motion to committee report?
Can
Yes.
report and
And will that include getting a DPW response to the Buckley Garage through April of 2026?
yes.
I second the motion for committee report with that additional request for
Pending that
DPW.
information for our next city council meeting. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Next Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to, can we get someone to get water for her, because, we,
I can't leave.
then I have to stop.
You have to, because technically, if I leave, you don't have a quorum.
Right.
Who needs water? You need water?
She needs,
Take a 3-second recess.
can I get a motion to take, 2-minute reset?
So move.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Can I get a motion to get out of recess?
So moved.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next document, motion to take document 35323 out of order.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Document 35323, admin non-union classification plan is scheduled as chart ordinance number 2.160. Scott Surback, Personnel Director. He's here, and pronounce your last name. I don't know how to,
Someone left their phone.
who's left the phone?
Okay. All right. Scott Zabak, Personnel Director.
Zabak.
Thanks for having me tonight. This is just a classification amendment that would insert the chief assessor into the non-union pay schedule. Prior to my time here, it was negotiated out of the union, the department head union. And now, to make this formal, it would have to be inserted into the non-union classification plan.
Okay. So prior to your time, say that again?
Prior to my time, this was negotiated out of the union, and it was classified as a job grade B for the non-union personnel. So what this would do is just amend the classification plan to insert this into it, and to insert the position chief assessor into it.
Okay. Councilor LaPlante.
So thank you. So just, let me just explain for our sakes. So what happened was there was an agreement for, but we need to make sure that job classification at our is matched. Paid the new amount that was agreed upon when we pass this thing. That's what this is about.
Okay, and there is no need to send this to the city attorney, because we are clear that if we pass it, what we are doing is that, can you give us some number that how?
Yeah, so I think the new numbers are, the minimum is 100,100, am I right, Mr. Zabak?
That's
And
correct.
then the maximum is 145,600. And since this is we're doing this, we're changing the ordinance, so we're gonna need to order a public hearing on this item.
Okay. 353. Yes, we. Thank you for the clarification, Councilor President, and that we are going to be on the safe side, only because, you know, there's sometimes when we have items like this, we have to be sure that it's going to match with the information that we're going to be having. If no any other question, motion to send document 35323 with favor recommendation to order public hearing.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabak.
Have a good night.
Sorry, I got that, every time they call my name in the state, they say Reyes. Reyes.
You can invite up to Lawrence.
Yes, Reyes. What? 358. What is 358? The first, okay. Can I get a motion to take document 35823 out of order?
So moved.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? Aye. The ayes
Aye.
have it. 35823, resident permit parking, Abbott Street between Phyllis and Osgood Street. It has been put on the agenda by Councilor President LaPlante, and request of Lauren Hester. That's what I say, that's what I call your names, to make sure that we are in your item. Okay.
Okay.
The
good.
floor is yours, sir.
Okay, all I want to state is, thank you through the President, Councilor LaPlante, for getting this on the agenda. And I think it's going to work well. There have been other councilors. I've seen some of these little short streets that they've already approved. Councilor Giovanni, the other councilor in the north, he says it's working well in the Arlington district. Lowell has it. My girlfriend lives in Lowell. They don't play around. My son lived in Boston for 15 years in Alston. They had it there. He used to have to ask me to come move the car on the other side in the snow time or when they went away. It's a workable item. We need to start to be proactive in the city of Lawrence. I did a little study going up my street last night. This is the time, and I'll count them again, just in one block. 63 vehicles. Okay? 63. Now you take, what's the big transportation company? Well, you got FedEx. You have the other ones, Amazon. Then we have FedEx, we have the brown one, UPS. I've said I'm retired. It's not by choice. I'm working around my property. I got 2,300 square feet. I don't have parking. I've never had it. It's never been like this in 38 years, unless you had a St. Patty's Day parade. All of the streets would be blocked with the bands. It's ludicrous. We have New Hampshire plates. That'll take a little bit off the police department. We have New Jersey plates. We have people that don't have that address for their vehicle, but someplace else. It will eliminate so many things. We need to start proactive, okay? As I said, I'll be coming to these meetings. It's not for animosity. It's not for revenge. That's spinning. That's blaming the victim because he's speaking out what is right. It's come a time in my life, I don't care. You ever hear them say, I don't care, doesn't matter, especially kids, okay? I don't care. Well, sometimes I don't care because now can't hurt my pockets. That's how they hurt you. Keep you quiet. They hurt your pockets, okay? I'm not gonna do anything that I'm not willing to suffer the consequences. I learned that a long time ago in college, okay? I have respect. I love the city of Lawrence. I don't like it when I go to other communities where there's 500 building inspectors or other cities and towns, and they talk negatively about us. They don't know our city. I said years ago, Boston was coming. It's here. It's here, okay? So I reach out to you. I reach out to the councilors to look what's going on. Let's get proactive. We need resident parking throughout the city. It's congested. We need people that are taxpayers, that pay $4,000 a year, that pay $3,800 for hazard insurance, to be able to come on a Saturday, not have somebody park their car there because they're running a business and that's their customer and they stay there all day, and a senior citizen, which I am, cannot pull up to his property in front of his house, take out his groceries in 90-degree weather. It's a shame. And I think this will resolve it. May take a little time, but I think it'll work very quickly. And I think it'll be good. I don't like to say because I probably, through my, I don't believe in ticketing people to get revenue. But if you need to ticket to get revenue for a good legitimate reason, like somebody parking all night that shouldn't be there, if it was Boston or Alston, I'll tell you, your car would be somewhere East Spoke, Iowa, and it would cost you $350, and you better be able to get there, or they'll start charging you storage. I'll leave it at that. Hopefully we get a favorable response. I've talked with people on my street, my block. One day, I reach out to you. Go by a guy in the evening when everybody's parked and tell me, take a video. If you don't, in the future, my son's an artist, I'm gonna try to see how we can see it visually. Because in my field, the way I'm trained, the best thing is prima facie evidence the first day. Who, when, where, and what. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Huster, I know that you asked me the same question before we started this meeting today, and I do have the answer, and I'm 100% agree with what you said. To be proactive is passing an ordinance and not to have enforcement. We're not doing anything. But I'm gonna tell you how much we have done just to come and be proactive. Councilor Reyes and myself, we met with the parking division, and we create a color stickers for the car. That is
The green
coming in.
one?
What is it?
The green one?
It's gonna be a different color for different area.
I
We can't-
I have a copy of one.
Okay, so it's gonna be a different color for different area. I want to see this happen before I leave this council. And I committed to you that this is going to be happen before I end my term, because we are almost halfway through. And when I say halfway through, is because eventually we need to fund to get the stickers and also to come out with enforcement, because passing the sticker, it can have orange, red, green, or blue, but if no one come and ticket it, like you say, we're not doing anything. We are working backward. And I know that Lowell has it because I used to work in Lowell. And trust me, I used to go with the nurses, right? And we have to drive block around the patient that we were gonna be seeing, which is not fair. But it's not fair for the resident who come and load a grocery shopping, like you say, and have to park 3 blocks away when a person who is not reside in that street is taking the space. So this is going to be done, and something is gonna be done. However, before this pass, you can contact us, and I'm gonna give you a straight answer when this is gonna be happen and how are we gonna do. Because what I don't wanna see happen is just continue passing ordinance. Let's say, we say resident parking. We have the same issue on Orchard Street. And we've been changing, and we've been ticketing, and nothing has been happening. Only 1 time a year, they come and ticket it. How good this is gonna do?
Well, let me just think of this. I hear you clearly. I'm on page with you. I appreciate the dialogue. First of all, funds, okay? $200,000 to light up City Hall. Negative? That's what they want? Don't talk to me about funds. I pay $4,000 of taxes. Can't even park in front of my house. The laws say 2 parking spaces. So as far as enforcement, I'll make sure it's enforced on my street, okay? I'll make sure others on my street make sure that it's enforced. And you know what, your counselors, if it's not being enforced, you go to the people who are under your direction or through the mayor to make them do their job. I could not do for 36.7 years, do what I see employees of the city of Lawrence do today. Okay, don't return calls, don't return emails, don't return phone calls, and I'm telling you, read the papers. I've been all over it. I've been disciplined and written up for not returning somebody's call. When I write my book, I'll show it to you. I'll have it all, okay? I'm gonna write a book hopefully before I pass, and it's gonna have a lot to do with Lawrence. 67 years, I'm 69, I've lived here since 2. And you know what? the best thing my family ever did. My father was missing in World War II in France, missing for 19 days. I thank my father and mother for getting me out of Georgia, okay? And I was born there. You can have the South.
Thank you for your comments, and when I say that we are almost halfway through, it's because the fund is now going to be available, but as you know, working for a city, we can just pull money from one account to another, so we are trying our best.
You can't.
To make,
the authorities can.
exactly, but then you know how things work.
Yeah.
So, any question, because I need to
Yeah,
pass.
and move it to the protocol, and I'm going to be following it.
Yes, okay. Councilor President?
Just a couple things real.
Thank you.
I wanna
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Hurst.
Mr.
Thank
Hurst.
you.
So, a couple things to be as brief as I can be.
Please.
Because you know I'm loquacious. That's a big word.
Please.
One is I'm looking to make an amendment to this. I've got residents on Abbott Street between Phillips and South Union Street who also have issues. There's it's getting worse because there's a 12. I don't want to know.
Why not?
I want to tell you in a second. So
And there's 12 more apartments going for 20.
that's what I'm talking about. So there's that's happening, and so I told the resident over there that that I was going to encourage an amendment. So when a motion is made, I would like it to be made for resident parking between South Union Street and Osgood Street. That would include Phillips across the street as well. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I'm so delighted to hear that my colleagues are looking to make some progress on this, and I'll tell you why. Thank you. As I understand it right now, if you promise not to tell anybody, I'll tell you a secret. Promise? That if you have a resident parking sticker today, you can use that anywhere in the city where there's a resident parking permit. According to Raquel Ruano, who is our former city attorney.
I doubt that.
That's
not the way the ordinance fits up. If I may correct,
that is the.
you have to have the resident parking sticker related to the address and the plate.
Let me finish. So that was what was, according to Attorney Romano before she became a judge, when we had a conversation like this, was what she said to me regarding the resident parking. Now, maybe we're going to make some changes, and those changes will be welcome, and those will be welcomed. But I do think as we're trying to struggle with handicap parking, for example, that if we don't get a handle on the resident parking in this city, what we're going to do is that the entire city is going to be resident parking. So when you have a friend or a guest coming over, they're not going to be able to park anywhere in the city for the holidays or whatever. And there's other things as well. So we have to get a handle. So I thank you. I don't know all the details. I'm eager to learn more. But I think you're heading in the right direction. So thank you.
And I thank the council too,
Okay,
because
so,
I didn't think we were there. I really didn't, and I'm pleased to hear what I've heard today.
Yeah, yes, so, which is why, going back to your question is, which is why we have to give it some time frame. So that way, let's say that you want resident parking between 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., just to throw on a time. So whatever works, but we need to do a time frames only because what you said, it has someone who come over to visit me. I don't want that people to be parking in where?
Yeah, but there's in the ordinance, before it's passed, I'm gonna try to get in Spanish and English. In the ordinance, it states that you can have guest parking stickers too. There's a.
You need to get a special permit.
Yeah, so if you have, you're having company come over, and I'm sure that if it doesn't get out of hand, that probably somebody wouldn't complain, because you're gonna have parties, you're gonna have people. I know when there's parties on my street.
Which is why we need time
Okay,
frame.
yeah, okay, and that's okay, but one of the most important time frames is at night, and think on this, how quick, and I hope it doesn't happen. Imagine those 60 cars in just that one block. And I say to you, look at the street at night. If
Okay.
we get a big snowstorm,
Okay, what would it be the time that you think it might work for your street? Because that question needs to come from you. Answer.
I think we definitely need it on weekends.
Needed what?
On weekends.
Weekends, okay, but, what
And
would
I
it be-
think we need it we need it for somebody that's retired that can't park in front of the house that pays $4,000 worth of taxes. And
We don't
need
want
it
to
at
go
night.
back, we know you're staying.
Okay.
We don't have to go back there.
Yeah.
What would it be the time frame we would work for you?
I'm just gonna say this, I'm gonna do a little bit more research on the time frame because it does no good if we circumvent a resident parking and then we allow non-resident parking. To me, it's either resident parking or not. I'll do a little bit more research on it to see if they have a time frame in Alston. They don't. They don't have a time frame in Lowell. I've
So-
read their ordinance.
So, okay, what we are gonna do to be at the safe side, and we're gonna be passing this and be proactive, we're gonna table until you send me that information, and then we're gonna
Well,
send it.
no, I want you to move it
Okay, then
forward.
when are you gonna bring that information that we needed in order
Okay,
for us?
then I
because
say resident.
Before I
say-
pass it,
I say resident parking, I'm gonna give you a time frame. Okay, most people who get up, they go to work, let's say they're up to work by 6:30 a.m., 6:30 a.m., then you have to include the night, 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m.
so that's gonna be included in the motion, from 6 a.m. to 6 a.m., but this is 24 hour. What would it be? So it can be 24 hour.
What, there is no,
Or PM, 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m.
no.
About that.
6 a.m. in the morning
Right.
to 6 p.m. if you're gonna put a time frame at night, so that person has their parking space
Okay.
at night
6 a.m.,
in front of their house, and then they can go from their, to their house, not walking 3 blocks in the winter to
Okay.
go to work.
So, okay, let me just repeat it. 6 a.m.
Yeah,
through 6 p.m.
no, 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the next morning.
It's 24 hours. How am I
Most-
gonna?
Most cities and towns with a
Yeah, but
residency,
this,
they
yeah.
don't have any time frame.
please.
Do you mean it's okay for them to park during the day, but at night not? So you
No,
wanna- So
no.
you want to say 6 PM to 6 AM, right?
What's that?
Resident parking 6 PM to 6 AM
No,
for nighttime, or you want it 24/7?
24/7.
Okay.
And
So he
I
wants
have,
24/7.
I have seen no
20
ordinance, I have seen no ordinance, I've read the lower one, where there's a time frame. My son lived in Alston for 15
So
years.
what about when you're gonna have guests coming over and visiting you? Because we have to be thinking about others.
Well, when I have guests, there's the ordinance, you may have to work on that ordinance, on how to get the guest pass quicker to make sure that somebody's not also using the guest pass frivolously.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sure that if we run through this, all your neighbors, because it's only fair for them also to be included. So we can either one or two things. You give me a time, or we can table and we can check to others to make sure that this is gonna be benefiting every single one
Well,
who lives on this title
I
street.
just don't want it stalled. I will check on the other ordinances. I'll read Alston's. I like the one in Alston. I didn't see no time frame where anybody else could go there. It's resident parking. If you live there,
which-
you can park there. You may be up the street, but the way that the ordinance reads, which is good, is that you have to register that vehicle to your principal domicile where your garage.
I heard you. I heard
Okay?
you.
So,
I wish I can do that in my street.
no, but I wouldn't have a problem on my street because people, sometimes I'm in front of my house.
Okay,
Okay, sometimes I'm in front of their house.
so
But
give
somebody
me,
that's way, way down the block,
give me time frame and I pass it, or we can work with all this, the neighbors to make sure this is what they agreed up to.
24 hours, a resident parking,
Again,
period.
we're gonna be getting a lot of complaints because we have to stop that. We have to allow people to come and visit others. So we not only gonna be thinking
Why?
about some.
Boston doesn't allow that, Lowell doesn't allow
Boston-
that.
But listen, we are in Lawrence. We have to be realistic. So I'm trying to work with
How is it
you.
not being realistic to have resident parking? If you have a resident parking program, that is what it means. It doesn't mean to say about what others, okay? You can't assume something till it happens, okay?
I'm sure they're gonna be happy, 24 hours, but let's see, okay, Councilman.
Let me offer this. There was a guy that used to sit right here, and then he became mayor one day. His name was Dan Rivera. And Dan Rivera, signaling item this that we're going through in this D-loop, he would always say this, and I'm going to say this, I'm channeling Dan Rivera.
I hope it's not a spin, but go ahead.
Well, you can be the judge as soon as I say it. Mayor Rivera used to say, let's start with something and see if it works. It's not forever. If it doesn't work, we could always change it. So I know that you want to move on this fast. You're hearing this may not be moving fast. So there's going to need to be some compromise. If we want to move something quickly, we give a little bit of time. We see if that works. If that doesn't work, we're coming back.
I don't have any problem moving the process on if it doesn't work, and I think I've been here to the council before, because we have a lot of ordinances that aren't being implemented and working. And let me tell you something, 37 years?
Yeah.
I didn't even know we had a resident parking sticker program.
12-hour works for you instead of 24 with the weekends? 12 hours. Doesn't work, then we can about 24 hours.
Why can't we
and
go
and I promise in public that I'm gonna come back with you, even though
Can I
I'm
say
not gonna.
this? Can I say this?
Yes.
Why can't we go to max? And if that don't work, then we can go 12 hours.
So why we don't go with 12, and then if it doesn't work, we can go 24?
I say let's just go with 24. It's gonna take that long time, then we gotta come back again, go through the process.
Okay,
It's like a contractor. If
okay.
you're doing 2 jobs, you have 2 jobs at one site. Why would you go do?
You have to run this through your constitutions. Let it know what's gonna happen, because after we pass ordinance, which I know that Mr. Hester know this very well, we have to wait a year before we make any changes. So why we don't do this? I'm gonna table until our next meeting, which is gonna be in 2 weeks. It's not gonna be a long time. They both, because this is not part of my district, they both gonna be checking with all the neighbors. They agree
Is this what they did in the other 2 districts?
Yes, yes, that's why, because
Okay.
we got in trouble because of that, and we have to change.
Okay, I'm not gonna tell you the hours, whatever you do that works positive, but my thing is this, if you can do 12 hours, you can do 24 hours. If it doesn't work for 24 hours, regardless, then you change it, okay?
Okay.
There's no such thing as, like, for instance,
Okay,
a roofer comes to your house to do one job. He's got another job. He finishes the job.
Okay.
He
so-
doesn't go back and forth to go through this whole bureaucratic process.
Okay. Which is street. So that if it's gonna be 12 hours, I'm gonna be passing now, just before you run this. If they want, all the resident wants 24 hours, then we go for.
My point is not the 12 hours, not this point, it's not the 12 hours. My point is I just want to make sure that we have that, on the agenda, it says Phillips to Osgood. I want it Phillips to South Union. I just want to extend it.
Okay.
Block. So whatever we're doing.
Osgood to South Union.
Okay, so,
Sorry, correct, Osgood.
okay, so we are gonna be tabled it today, and then we're gonna come back in 2 weeks.
And in 2 weeks, I'll have called and found out in Alston, and I'm gonna use Alston as an example, I like it, I'm gonna use Lowell, to see if in fact
Okay.
there are any time limits. And if they're
Okay,
not,
Yep,
I'd like to make a motion that we allow for a resident parking permit on Abbott Street, both sides, between Osgood Street and South Union Street. And that's going to be my motion. If it can be seconded, and then a motion to table after that, that would work. Thank you. And
okay, a motion has been made, properly second, also. Yeah, a motion to table.
You want me to make that?
Yeah,
I like to make, right now, we're leaving it as it is right now. No time frame. Leaving it as it is. We're waiting to get more information. As written, all we're changing is going to be the extension. We're just extending it by 1 block, and then we're going to table it right now, so whatever we just talked about will happen.
it's gonna be 2 weeks.
and like I said, please, like I said, I'm gonna do my research on
Yes,
2, I
you-
think it's sufficient.
I-
If I find what,
So,
if I
motion
find,
to-
if I
motion to-
find what I've said, then I
I
think
know
we
what you're
shouldn't
saying
be
is
setting the precedent.
Listen,
to-
what you're saying is true. I know, I've been in Lowell. So, but motion to table,
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I just want to make sure Ms. Waters has it. It's all on Abbott Street. All of Abbott, well, not all of Abbott, but this is on Abbott Street, between South Union on one side and Osgood Street on the other.
Both sides.
That's right, both sides, between those two exchange, that's important, because I'm probably not going to be at this committee meeting at the next time. Did you get that? Oh, good. Now, with that, I'd like to make a motion to table.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
And I'll be at the next, when it's tabled, if I can track the paperwork and the documents. Have a great, no, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
Okay, we are going to, I'm good. I know the request would me, but document 36323 out of order. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. Document 36323 is a transfers of taxi medallion, number 19, Merrimack Taxis Comp. Inc., from Jose Hernandez and Vasquez Luciano. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record.
Mi nombre es Luciano Vázquez, mi dirección es 463 Andover, en Lawrence, Massachusetts.
His or mine? Vanessa Spendes, 73 Bucksford Street.
Yes.
¿Dónde que usted vive?
Perdón.
¿Dónde que usted vive?
463 Andover.
463 Andover Street.
463 Andover Street. Thank you, sir. The only question, which is the only question that we all ask when it's a transfer, because it's like a handicap parking. I'm going to use an example. You request a handicap parking, but you don't own that space. Just because you have a medallion, that doesn't mean that you own the medallion. If you're not going to be continue operating under that medallion, you're supposed to return back to the city. Okay. But the transfer, you're not supposed to accepting any money. So just ask him and translate if he's going to get any money to transfer this medallion.
Yo lo que le está diciendo es que esta transacción no se supone que haya dinero envuelto. ¿Usted está aceptando dinero por esta transacción?
No.
No.
So you're not getting any money to transfer this medallion.
Usted no está recibiendo ningún dinero para recibir este medallón.
Okay. Question? No question? Okay. No money involved.
No hay dinero envuelto.
No.
Okay. And, yeah, they usually, did you check with the Sergeant Bonilla about this? That he's aware of that?
¿El sargento Bonilla
Well,
acerca
for
de
me,
esto?
Primero tenía que venir acá para después
They asked him to come here first and then go over there.
If that's the way that he wants to work, that's fine. We just want to make sure there is no money involved. He usually come with the applicants. I don't know what happened, but I understand that he probably having different duties now. But I have no objection. Motion to send it with favor recommendation.
Second, and a quick discussion point. So I get what we're doing. I just hope that the police department gives us the approval prior to us giving the permit. It would seem a little backwards for us to give the permit, which is what we do, and then the police department gets in. So at some point, before we pass it at the full council, we need to get the police department saying, yep, they're good, they met all the requirements, all the stuff.
Okay, I think it's only fair. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna table it until we get that information, because I don't wanna send it back and just to kinda make him come twice. Just tell him that we're gonna table until he meet with Sergeant Bonilla, and to make sure that everything is all set,
Yo le diga que todo está bien.
and he can come back in 2 weeks.
Regrese aquí en 2 semanas.
en 2 semanas.
Yep.
So tiene que ir donde el sargento Bonilla, asegurarse de que todo está bien, entonces viene aquí en 2 semanas.
Sí, ¿qué documento tengo que llevar donde el señor Bonilla.
What documents he needs to present over there?
He just need to explain what he's trying to do, and he just need to approve it, that he checks everything, background for the person he's going to be transferred, and everything is good to go.
Solamente tiene que ir a hablar con él, explicarle todo lo que está pasando y que él le dé la aprobación.
Okay? He also can give me a call and I can explain to him tomorrow, but unfortunately, this time I can't speak to him in Spanish.
Puede explicar bien.
Okay,
He has my number.
thank you.
I hate to interrupt, I just wanted to let you know, somebody just brought it to my attention, they were listening. We already have the time limit in our existing ordinance, unless you intend to change it. So in the next couple of weeks, if you've tabled it, it's section 1040.0.90, 24 hours year-round for residents, 1040.6.
Mr. Hester, you can talk to me out. Well, I'll get the information. As a matter of fact, give that information here, or I'll take a picture of it.
I'll bring it to the next
Okay.
meeting. It's already an ordinance, it's already.
Thank you, yes. Okay. So, Can I get a motion to take document 32923? Oh, we did a motion to table that document. We didn't make the motion to table document 36323. Motion to table document 36323. We did? No, let's just be safe.
I make a motion to table 36323.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Counselor, I say this at the beginning of this meeting. We have a long agenda. Please, we need to respect the time for others. Thank you, Vanessa. Mrs. Spencer, for translating for me. I know that you were second, and I took this gentleman first. Suppose you guys are next. Can I get a motion to take document 32923 out of order?
So moved.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. 32923, Christmas decoration, November 18, 2023 through January 7, 2024, O'Neill Park, Clemente Boulevard, José Dávila Instituto Cultural Puertorriqueño, Inc. Thank you again. Motion to take document 329 out of order.
Make a motion, we take it out of order?
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. You need to come, are you guys is gonna do, name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Jose Davila, 35 Common Street, Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Mr. Davila, what do we have new this year? I know that you guys are been doing a tremendous job in the past few years. I hope that you continue lighting up our city. Good job. Anything different?
Anything different? It's a lot of things different every year, but
So what is going to be new, Mr. Spencer?
¿Qué va a ser nuevo?
¿Sí?
¿Qué vamos a tener nuevo? Well, we have a lot of dreams that we want to come true, but
Comes through, okay.
once we was planning to have all the murals, all in top of the fence, have all that full of, how can I say, playwoods with different decorations. What can else we can have?
we're going to add a lot of things in,
You need to see the list of all the decorations that he has sent already that he want to put this year. I don't know if we're gonna have to add another park to put it there, but he's dreaming big about this one.
So, Councilor President was whispering on my ears that he wants you to make sure that you're gonna start at the time that you said that you're gonna start, because last year he said, you know what? I really want to wait until this is gonna be, begin, but I have another commitment. So what would it be the time if you have something in mind, and if you're actually gonna start at the time that you say that you're gonna begin the event?
The activity the last year?
Yeah, last year he was there and he couldn't wait. Oh. Yes, okay, see, I'm not lying, you told me, you told me.
Let me help explain. So the last night, we were supposed to start at 6 o'clock. We got frostbite, it was 8 o'clock or something like that, it still hasn't
No,
started.
you don't need to help me to help them to understand. I said it very clear. Are you gonna start at 6 or this?
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, last year, we start a little bit late because we was set up the park and the temperatures go too low. And that's take long to finish. That's why we start maybe
It was frozen over there.
yeah, half
I
an
know.
hour or 45 minutes late.
I know that was the reason why, but is any way possible that you can
Yeah.
take, like a day before you start setting things up, just to make sure that we're gonna start at the time that we say that we're going to?
Yeah, we're going to try if the temperature, is good, because last year,
Happy that they are gonna
2
try?
days before, it was cold, right? Cold, frozen. So, this year, we're going to start 1 week before. We're trying to do 1 week before, and we're going
I
to...
know it's a lot of work, and
It's-
we don't, by no mean we wanna make any pressure on you.
Yeah.
But,
I know.
it was a great event,
Mhm,
but we wanna enjoy the end to the end.
mhm.
He couldn't wait, just
Right.
because he have another commitment. I did. He couldn't.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that he's going to be able to join us this year.
Yeah, this year, we're going to, we're going to start around 4 p.m. more early, right?
He want to do it at 4, but he don't understand that we need to have dark so the lights can show
At 4 p.m.
us.
is dark already.
4 is too early.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, that's right, yeah. And,
To enjoy it,
yeah,
okay?
so, we make, mistake in the application.
Okay?
It's just a little one. It's just on the date that we ended on January 7th. It's not the 7th, it's the 14th.
The 14, yeah.
Because the 14th is the official date that we close Christmas
The
in
Christmas,
Puerto Rico.
in Puerto Rico.
From November 18 through January 14, 2024.
Sunday
Okay?
14, yep.
Pat, do you got that note? Okay? Any question?
Of course I do.
I already asked you a question. I don't know what else you're gonna ask. Okay, go ahead.
So, just a pragmatic, we just need to double check with the Recreation Department. It's highly unlikely that they have something going on for that week, but I think it's a good practice, rather than just assuming that there's nothing going on, that we double check. The last thing we want to do as the permitting agency is to double book something and then we don't look so good. I doubt there's a problem here, but if you can imagine what would happen in the month of June or January, or June or July, or a warm weather month, if we allowed the same thing, we want to be consistent. So we want to make the applicant go back, just to make sure. So at the full council meeting, I'm going to presume we're going to pass this and send this up. Please bring back that information to make sure that they're okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is this, help me understand this a little bit better. Is this a city event, or is this a private event?
Does
that make sense?
It's the organization with the city.
It's in conjunction.
Okay. So here's the reason why I mentioned that. Your organization is a tremendous organization that brings a lot of ethnic pride. We celebrate that. I think that's a fantastic, I can't speak for anybody, I think it's a great thing. We need to celebrate the various ethnicities that are here. If it's a city event, it's it's a small concern, but it's a little concern, is that we have to be almost, ecumenical. We have to help all groups, not just one group. And when I see your group, I rightfully think of all the Puerto Rican culture and all the great things that are associated with it, right? I think that's great. So if we're doing this as a city event on a city property, knowing full well who the sponsor is, I think we should try to be as fair to all the various ethnic groups that reflect today's city. So does that make sense? If it's just a private group, private organization, you're doing it on your own, that's one thing. But if it's a city thing, I think that's a challenge for us to favor one group or any group over another group. And I would certainly expect that there'll be a lot of things that celebrate Puerto Rico, but I also think that there should be other things that celebrate the other nationalities that make up our city as well, since it is a city-sponsored
In this event
event.
in particular, even though that it's the Puerto Rican community that take care of the event, like last year we had one of the woods, it was from Cuba. Actually, it was like 3 of them. So people from Cuba make that. And also we have from Colombia. One of the girls make a beautiful display about Colombia. So it's not only Puerto Rican culture that you're gonna be seeing in there. So it's open, we invite different people, so if they want to present, we are welcome. So in there, we have like USA, Colombia, Cuba, and it was another one. I think we have something from Dominican Republic that has the flag too, and a couple of instruments. So it was a huge display, but one of the things that we had a bad experience last year, it's some of them disappear. So even though that we was trying to pass by and always, try to check that everything was okay, a couple of the stuff that we exposed there disappear.
But you can understand, and you make me feel a lot, listening to your answer makes me feel a lot better that you are reaching out to other communities and other parts of our city. I would say this to almost any group, right? That if it's a city-sponsored event, we cannot be picking favorites. We shouldn't be. I mean, we could. We shouldn't be. We should be neutral on all the various nationalities that make up our city.
I hope that more people participate.
And I'm with you. So anyway, you make me feel better about the event because you are going to invite other groups. I think that's important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Motion to send it with document 329 with favor recommendation with the day change from November 18 to January 14 with favor recommendation.
Seconded with put a condition that we receive the okay from the Recreation Department pending that they say that the park is clear for an extension. Is that, okay.
Okay. Motion has
Thank you
been
so
made,
much.
properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
All right, thank you.
Ed, you clear on that one? Okay. So, can I get a motion to take document 36623 out of order? Motion has been made.
Second.
Properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. Citizens request to terminate capital waste service for breach of contract. Mr. Melly.
Good evening, honorable members. Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Your Honor, this request by the citizen respectfully request that the citizen from this honorable council to pass an ordinance to terminate contract of the capital waste services because of the poor customer service. Capital Waste Services ownership and management personally promised in a live videotape meeting that they will offer the best customer service. They have a written agreement with our city, But in recent days, the level of customer service has declined substantially, which hurt interest of our citizen and the taxpayer of the city. The Lawrence who pays Capital Waste Services employees' salary, while the ownership of Capital Waste Services receiving hundreds of dollars for the services from the taxpayers and the citizen of the Lawrence, but they do not return the customer service and they call. Deliberately, they shut down their line of communication and their website on a weekend, so the customer and citizen cannot reach them with a complaint or grievances. As the result, we the citizen demand termination of the employment and the contract of the Capital Waste Services. Since, as the experience shows, with the previous company, Republic, they're going the same slope and the same downward process. Both in person and in writing, they have a contract and agreement to offer the best customer service to our citizen while receiving hundreds of dollars compensation. They breaching the contract. Capital Waste Services delay picking up the residents' waste in a timely manner. The customer trash barrel they leave behind. They do not offer effective, efficient customer service. As a result, we the citizen respectfully request termination of the contract of the Waste Management Capital, since the owner, management Joseph Picaro, which they personally promised to our citizen, they offer excellent service. They are breaking their promise. This is breach substantially impact the quality and the public health of our citizen. Wherefore, we the citizen respectfully demand from this honorable council immediate termination of the contract of the company Capital Waste Management forthwith and hold them accountable.
Madam Chair, so thank you, through you. Thank you, Mr. Malley. So one of the things I would just caution, there's only one person that is signed this, and that is you. So when we say we the citizens,
yes,
it's you the citizen. No one else has signed this. Just a small point.
Yes.
I don't want to overinflate your good works, right? It doesn't require have your own testimony and it's worth something.
Yes.
That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think what we should be doing at this level is to take Mr. Malley's concerns and find out, I don't really feel comfortable acting on anything without getting more independent information from our DPW. I would like to maybe send this document over to DPW and get a response. Before we do something it is drastic. We have a contract. We're relying on that contract. We went through a contract with another company. It wasn't easy. And to say we're going to terminate without, who are we going to? So there's a lot of questions, right? Yeah. So I just want to make sure that we get our document. So at the right time, I'd like to make a motion that we send this document to DPW for a response to us, and then we can decide what to do once we get that document from DPW.
Thank you, Councilor President. I think that's a great movement to do it at this point, since we don't have the answer that we can provide it to Mr. Malley. I think at this point what we are going to do, and you know that, you know the rules, if it's someone who we don't have to explain, is you. You've been here every week, and you know how things work. And one thing that I like about you, that you always open to any suggestions, any recommendation that we might have. It doesn't matter. You know that before we get into solution, we have to go through groundbreaking. This is not happen overnight. So what we are going to do is we are going to be sending this document to get more information to, the motion is going to be to send it, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we send this Mr. Malley's petition to DPW for them to review the allegations that are there and to provide this committee with their response.
And also to table the document.
And to also table the document.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. Thank you, Councilor President. Pat, you got that one? is 366, to send to DPW director and also to table.
I appreciate your
Thank-
attention.
Thank you, Mr. Malo.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's only fair to take Officer Cano out of order. It seems that he's crying not. No, he can be working. What I think So, the only thing is, that we have one new items that he probably gonna be taken out of, because we haven't sent it back to him. Well, he get the agenda. He probably got this by, Councilor Infante, that she called, that she's been waiting for this, but that's document 36. So,
I have, I'm sorry,
Good
Madam
evening,
Chair.
Mr. Okay.
Good evening. Council President, good evening.
Sir,
Councilor.
Councilor, Selena, he's ignoring you. He only say good evening to Councilor President.
I heard,
Okay.
I did say the third.
Oh,
Pat, how
So,
are you? So long to see you. I forgot what everyone looked like. It's been so long. I don't even know.
Officer Cano, so why we don't do this? Give me the list that you have, and then I'm gonna be taking, the document out of order. So that way we know, how are we gonna be taking out of it.
Okay, so I'll start from the lowest number and work my way up. Okay. 6321. Okay. 123. 10423. 13621. 16723. 16823. 37523. 16923. 20323. 20223. 20623. 20723. 22023. 22423. 25223. 27023. 27023. 27123. 27223. 27323. 27423. 28623. 28723. 28823. 30723. 30823. 36123. 36023. 27419. And 31323.
Question. Those all the document that you passed to our secretary? Because she only highlighted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we are missing some of the document that we were supposed to be passing through her. What would it be, those documents that you didn't pass it to her?
I'm not sure. It's been quite some time since we've met, and I've given her different documents. So some are that need to be withdrawn, just because they're on the list and they need to be removed, and they're still existing. So I'm not sure what happened, and those are usually the ones that are like from beyond 2023, or prior to 2023. So I've been trying to catch up with making sure that we get rid of a lot of the line items that shouldn't be on the line item. However, the only way to bring that up is to bring it up. And so I have given her documentation. I'm not sure, because of so many, that probably they've gotten confused about it. So do you want to go over what you have, and then I'll start taking out what?
No, I think we need to buy sometimes. And I want to go by the order that you have, so that way you're not going to be flipping back and forth. And because we have like a full page of new items that we have to go through. So let's take all the items as a block, and you can give us a copy, what you have, just to make sure that we have everything, or you can come back tomorrow and check with her to make sure that everything that she has is the same document that you're gonna be passing, just to make sure that all the counselors is gonna have what we are passing tonight. So, counselor, can I get a motion to take document 6321, 123, 10423, 13621, 16723, 16823, 37523, 16923, 20323, 20223, 20623, 20723, 22023, 22423, 25223, 27023, 27123, 27223, 27323, 27423, 28623, 28723, 28823, 20723, 30823, 36123, 36023, 27419, 31323, as a block and out of table and out of order. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
100.
100, yep. 23, yep. Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay, the first line item is going to be 6321. Submitting this document, it was originally tabled back in April 6, 2021. The request was for one handicap parking sign to be placed in front of 120 Newton Street. The request was made by Mr. Jose Rivera. I did visit the area and I observed that 120 Newton Street is April 6, 2021, page 3. Okay. 21. Yeah, handicap parking. So I can give you the digest version. Is that better? Okay, so back in April of 2021, he requested for handicap parking. I went there, I wasn't able to meet with him at that moment, but I looked and I saw that there was an easement, a common easement between 3 buildings. The 2 on the side, off of Newton Street, and his was way in the back. Because we can't give handicap parking on private property, I had the item tabled until I can talk to him. Time went by, he reached out to me this year, and he told me that he had in a situation where he was being, basically, he was being forced to have to use the space on the street because he was having difficulty trying to negotiate with other tenants between the 3 buildings. So I did go there, and I do recommend for the request to be granted. The location for the handicap parking will be from the northeast corner of Andover Street on Newton Street, traveling north to a point 188 feet, for 20 feet to a point 208 feet. That'll place a sign on the east side of the sidewalk in front of the address 124-126 Newton Street.
Second.
Next item is item number 123. This was made by Mayor DePena, Councilor Del Rosario, Councilor Levy, and Councilor Selena Reyes, and the DPW Director, Jorge Jaime, for Washington Street to have no parking anytime on the west side of the public way, which are the even numbers. Washington Street is currently a one-way street running from south to north and is approximately 922 feet in length. Washington Street, from its most southerly point, starts at Acton Street, measuring a width of 23 feet. Next intersection point is Broadway Avenue, with a width of 23 feet as well. The final point of intersection is Manchester Street, with a width of 25 feet, approximately. I toured Washington Street and took measurements as needed. I noticed that the west or left side of the street had as many single and multi-unit homes as the east side or the right side. The neighborhood is heavily populated with homes as well as vehicles, and not much room for driveway parking, private parking. I wish to refer this matter to the acting city engineer, Mr. Rosario, and the DPW Director, Jorge Jaime, for their guidance, review, expertise, and recommendation on this matter.
Can I get a motion to send document 123 to DPW Director and also to City Engineer, and also to table this document? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
Right? Okay, so the next document is 10423. I'm submitting this memo in response to the request made by Mayor DePena, Councilor Del Rosario, Councilor Levy, Councilor Selena Reyes, DPW Director Jorge Jaime, for no parking anytime on the west side, which is the even numbers, of Congress Street, from Olive Avenue all the way down to Haverhill Street. Congress Street is currently a one-way, traveling from south to north on Olive Avenue to Byron Avenue, up to the end of Endicott Street. Congress Street, at this point, continues as a two-way street with intersecting points, Nelson Street, Magnolia Street, and ending at Haverhill Street. The total length of Congress Street from Olive Avenue to Haverhill Street is 1,286 feet. The width of Congress Street from Olive Avenue to the end of Byron Avenue is consistent at 34 feet width. It is also a very steep drive downward and begins to level off at Endicott Street, Nelson, and Magnolia Street, where the width is 25 feet and ends at 26 feet. I toured the Congress Street area, took measurements as needed, noticed that the west side, or the left side, of the street had as many single and multi-unit homes as the east side, or the right side, of the street. The neighborhood is heavily populated with homes as well as vehicles, and not much room for driveway private parking at certain homes. I will refer this matter to the acting city engineer, Mr. Rosario, the DPW director, Jorge Jaime, for their guidance, review, and expertise and recommendation.
Can I get a motion to send document 103 to the DPW director and also to city engineer tabled document? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes.
Next document is 13621. It also has to do with 100-22. And also consistent with document 38922. You're not going to have 122 and you're not going to have 38922. But this all started at 13621. I'll read it, and what I'm looking to do is table it. Or do you just want me to just ask for table?
Now, let's just retable document 13621.
Okay.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
Next document is document 16723. 16723 was requested by District E Councilor Stephanie Infante on behalf of her constituents of 9-11 and 8-8 and 12 Boyd Street. These addresses belong to the last four houses that are across from one another, respectively, at a dead-end street. The request is being made for no parking anytime signs to be placed on the north side of the sidewalk in front of 9-11 Boyd Street. This is the odd number side of the street from the erected telephone pole for about 72 feet up to the end of the street where it is fenced off and closed. The problem being reported by these residents at their homes is that people are parking at the very end or across from one of the houses in small spaces where it becomes very difficult for the homeowners or family to exit from their private driveway. The street is very narrow and limits the radius turns with the entering or exiting for said driveway. I do recommend this ordinance be passed. If the council passes this ordinance, the sign shall be placed at the following location: from the northeast corner of South Broadway on Boyd Street, traveling east to a point 398 feet, and to a point 470 feet.
Can I get a motion to send document 16723 with favorable recommendation to order a public hearing? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. You may continue.
Document 16823 is being requested or made by Council President Mark LaPlante on behalf of constituent Roosevelt Flores for one vehicle space for a handicap parking sign to be placed in front of her residence located at 68 Dorchester Street. Please note that duplicate line item was requested as ordinance number 37523 for handicap parking. I have placed line item 37523 for withdrawal, and we'll be dealing with that in a minute. But as far as 16823, I do recommend handicap parking sign to be granted. If the council passes this ordinance request, the sign should be placed at the following location: from the northeast corner of South Union Street on Dorchester Street, traveling east to a point 217 feet for 20 feet to a point 237 feet. This will place the sign on the north side of the sidewalk in front of 68 Dorchester Street.
Can I get a motion to send document 16823 with favorable recommendation to order a public hearing?
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The
Aye.
ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion on document 375 that we send to the full council with a recommendation to withdraw.
Yeah, we're gonna be, this is new item, we're gonna be going through that one. Yeah, no, he's not gonna go to that next because this is a new item.
So don't read 375?
375 is a duplication of that, and I have a do that as a new item. You don't have to read it now, I have my notes that it's gonna be sent out for withdrawal,
Okay.
okay?
Document 16923, so is being requested by Jose Astacio for one vehicle space for handicap parking sign to be placed in front of his residence located at 54 Exeter Street. It should be noted that there exists a line item, number 20323, which is a duplicate of this request, which will be placed for withdrawal. I recommend,
What is that, the item?
so 169 is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and
But
what
the
is the
duplicate is 20323. And also, just to reference, 20323 came in as 545 Exeter Street. So, wrong address.
Correct address is 54.
Correct. I recommend the handicap parking sign to be granted for document 16923. If the council passes the ordinance request, the sign should be placed at the following location: from the southwest corner of Grafton Street on Exeter Street, traveling west to a point 70 feet for 20 feet to a point 90 feet. This places the handicap parking on the south side of the sidewalk in front of 54 Exeter Street.
Can I get a motion to send document 16923 with favorable recommendation to order public hearing?
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have.
Do I read the 203, or you?
The table item. The one that you was asking me was a new item. This is not a table item, and we make a motion.
I'm going to save you some time here. I'd like to
Yeah.
make a motion to send to the full council with a favorable recommendation to withdraw number 20323.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have. You got that one? 203? Yes.
So 20219, 2019 is the next one. 202, 2019. Yeah, I apologize, that's my fault. So.
20219, handicap parking at 225 Bailey Street.
Yes. So that's going to be for withdrawal. So I just, a quick story. I noticed it on the items, line items. I spoke to the resident. He said he's been using his driveway. He doesn't need it.
Okay, can I get a
Withdraw.
motion? Okay. That's your district.
I'd like to make a motion to withdraw 20219. I make a motion to send it full council with a recommendation to withdraw.
Motion has been made, 202. Pat?
20219.
20219. Withdraw. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have.
Next one is 20623. Is made by District E Councilor Infante. On behalf of constituents, the request being made is for a four-way stop at South Broadway at the intersection with Farley Street. Currently, there are two stop signs on Farley Street at this four-way intersection. Farley Street is a two-way street with traffic traveling east to west, and South Broadway is a public way with two-way traffic traveling north and south. There are no stop signs or lights on South Broadway at this location. I spoke with Councilor Infante and suggested that I place this request to be further investigated by the acting city engineer. The main reason being is that South Broadway, which would be the one that would get the stop signs or the stop lights, is considered a state highway, managed and maintained by the state DOT. It would need approval and maintenance by the governing body for the changes that are being requested. I recommend that this item be forwarded to the acting engineer for review and guidance.
Can I get a motion to send document 20623 to the city engineer and also to table document 20623? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
20723. We're halfway through. Request was made by District E Councilor Infante on behalf of her constituents. The request was made for a four-way stop at Mount Vernon Street where it intersects with Sparkle Drive and Mount Vernon Circle. Currently, there is one stop sign at the end of Sparkle Drive and the other end at Mount Vernon Circle where they meet Mount Vernon Street. Both Sparkle Drive and Mount Vernon are two-way streets that allow vehicles to travel north and south. Mount Vernon Street, which is the main street, is considered the main road of the three, allowing for two-way traffic to run east and west. No stop signs or lights at this location. I recommend this item to be forwarded to the acting engineer for his review, guidance, and recommendation.
Ayes have it. Pat, 206 and 207, city engineer, and also to table the document. Okay.
22023, I'm submitting this, has been submitted by District E Councilor Infante for the placement of two stop signs to be placed on Crosby Street across from one another at the intersection with Newton Street. Crosby Street is a one-way street with parking on both sides of the public way. Traffic is allowed to travel westbound entering at South Broadway and ending at Newton Street. I do recommend this request to be granted. The council passes the request. The sign should be placed at the following location: from the northeast corner of Newton Street on Crosby Street, traveling east to a point 6 feet. This places a sign on the northerly side of the sidewalk on Crosby Street, and on the other side of Crosby Street, from the southeast corner of Newton Street on Crosby Street, traveling east to a point 6 feet. This will place the sign on the southerly side of the sidewalk on Crosby Street.
Can I get a motion to send document 2/2023 with favorable recommendation to order public hearing?
Next document is 2/24/23. It was made, this request was made by at-large Councilor Selena Reyes for one stop sign to be placed at opposite ends of Dale Street, where it intersects with the main road of Alston Street. I do recommend this request to be granted. The council passes the request, the sign should be placed at the following locations: from the southeast corner of Alston Street, on Dale Street, traveling south to a point 8 feet. This will place the sign on the easterly side of the sidewalk on Dale Street. And then from the northwest corner of Alston Street on Dale Street, traveling north to a point 7 feet. This will place the sign on the westerly side of the sidewalk on Dale Street. This will create a two-way stop for this intersection where Alston Street is considered the main road.
Can I get a motion to send document 2/24/23 with favorable recommendation to order public hearing? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? Ayes have it. 2/24, public hearing, okay? Question, I know that we had,
We just passed the report on 136. Did we pass the report on 136?
You tabled it. Yeah, it was a, yeah. Do you want to take it up? I wanted to discuss it and try and figure out, but good news is that our clerk, Madam Clerk Bernal, she was going to review it and then let us know what recommendation she would put to try and clear that up. That's why we tabled. Yeah.
so, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you continue with them.
Okay, so the next one is, well, I'll read it and then I'll explain.
What's the item number?
It's number 25223. The request was made by
Yeah.
District A Councilor Maria de la Cruz on behalf of constituent Mrs. Gonzalez by way of her daughter, Mrs. Cristofano, for a handicap parking sign to be placed for one vehicle in front of her residence located at 8 Hay Street. So I wish for this item to be withdrawn as it is a duplicate to item 14323, and it has already been recommended and granted. The location was as follows.
Okay, but we already passed that and was granted?
The sign is up, they called me, everything is good, and I believe it.
Okay, what we're gonna do is, just to save time, that we're gonna send this document 252 for, to withdraw, because it's granted.
It's already a law, we already decided.
We had already discussed this, so and then she called me and said they put up the sign.
Yeah.
So I think it was just, it's still on the line item.
I don't care about the sign, the law is there, right? The law's in the book?
I'm not sure.
That's the important, Madam Chair, that's the important thing. I don't care about the actual, I mean, I do care, but the important thing tonight is just making sure, is it lawful? Is there already an ordinance in the book that has that language?
So I remember reading it in council. I remember being up here discussing it.
Okay, then, yes.
But I can't tell you for sure because there's two line items. There's this one, 252, but there's also 14323. I'm not sure which one is which. I would assume that 14323 was the original, and then 252 is also showing. So 14323 and 25223. 152? I'm sorry, 143 and 252. 143. Okay, so it passed on the 143, so can we withdraw 252?
Okay, then make the motion. Yeah.
I do have, well, the report I just read.
The report
252.
he just read.
Gotcha. All right, I'd like to look
But
at that.
I would think so.
I'd like to make a motion that we send to the council with a favorable recommendation to withdraw document 25223.
motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
All right, so the next one up is 27023. All right, so this was made by District Councilor. Madam Chair.
What?
No, so let me interject, because this is fresh in my head. So, and this is a 30,000-foot observation. Over time, what has happened, there was a time that every handicap parking would be sponsored by a city councilor, right? And so we would know, a constituent would contact us, we would talk to the constituent, we'd say, yes, we would put it on the agenda for you. It would stick in our heads, because we met, or we talked to that constituent. What has happened over time is this has evolved now to a resident not going to a city councilor, but going ahead and putting something on the agenda. And what's happening now, it's becoming pretty obvious to me, is it's happening once or twice within a year. And we're not catching it because they're not coming to us. Because if somebody on certain streets said, I want to put a handicap parking, if I already talked to that person, I said, I already put it on the council agenda, and this is where it's at, we would be able to catch that. But right now, what's happening, and I've asked the clerk to no longer put anything in my district without having me do it, because I was concerned a little bit about this, because I was losing, not control, but understanding of what was going on in my district regarding that stuff. So I've asked her, and she just started doing this recently, is to make sure that I'm aware. If it's, so what they should do is that I want the constituent to contact me. That way I have that interaction, and that way it's a safety net so we don't get the duplicate. The chances of that person contacting me 6 months from now and saying, I want a handicap, that will strike me and go, I just talked to you 6 months ago, or whatever it is. Let me check in and see where this is in the process. See what I'm saying? And that's what's happening, because if you look at our agenda, you'll notice it's starting to really shift away from council sponsorships to resident sponsorships.
I'm not gonna open any discussion about that, but again, I don't know why this is happening. I want to believe that what you told me is exactly what is happening. But I can see a gap between a communication, and which is why Officer Cano get in touch, and before he doesn't get in touch with the applicants, he doesn't pass anything, which I think is helping. So what I think we should go back and check with the Madam Clerk is to check what is happening between all this document that it has been duplicating. She might have a different answer, I don't know. Yeah, please, if you can help me with that.
The next item is 27023. It was put in place by District B Councilor Estela Reyes to make a section of Short Street a one-way on behalf of the residents numbered 7 through 19 of the Heritage Common Apartments located within the Camilla Tioli Way community. Also, local constituents, as well as for public safety reasons. Constituents of this area complain that the street is too narrow. The street is used as a pass-through by many motorists during the spring, summer, and fall months when the park is being utilized by the community. Short Street is commonly a two-way street, allowing traffic in both north and southbound directions. There are public sidewalks on the east and westbound side, which face the softball and soccer field formerly known as the O'Neill Park. Short Street allows public parking on both sides of the street with no current restrictions. During the last few years, there have been a lot of vehicles registered to the City of Lawrence, and this drastically affects the driving conditions between the motorists passing through this street and those parked. Unfortunately, Short Street is such a narrow public space that it does not permit two-way traffic at the same time safely. There is also not enough space for emergency vehicles to pass, whether fire truck, ambulance, or large commercial vehicles, at any time when both sides of the streets are occupied. I recorded the length of Short Street, starting from Oak Street all the way to Chestnut Street, as 475 feet. The average width of Short Street between Oak and Chestnut was 23 feet evenly. I have sought the advice and guidance of the acting city engineer, who concluded with me regarding the favorable recommendation to pass this ordinance. If the council accepts the recommendation, the area to be restricted as a one-way will be Short Street, from Oak Street to Chestnut Street, traveling in a northerly direction.
Can I get a motion to send document 27023 with favorable recommendation to order public hearing?
Second, discussion real quick.
Yes.
Can you just, do we no longer have O'Neill Park? Did we change the name of O'Neill Park?
No.
It said that which faced the softball and soccer field, formerly known as the O'Neill Park. In your memo, and I'm just wondering, did we lose the name O'Neill Park?
No, I just formally, I think I just used it as, it's formally known as. Currently known as, yes, correct.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
all right. So when they said formally, not former.
Yeah.
Former, sorry, formally.
Right.
My apologize, officer, that is my
Don't
bad.
apologize, that
I
I
just
told you.
learned the language, and it's very
Do
difficult.
not apologize, I told you, and you insisted you want to
I
ask the
insisted.
question, yes.
I haven't spoken in
Do
20
not
minutes.
Do not accept his apologies. I was telling him, but he still wants to come out and ask, just to make sure that we haven't changed the name of the park. So, yes, so the motion has been made properly second, all those in favor? The ayes have it, yep.
27123 was also requested by District B Councilor Estela Reyes to make a section of Short Street, in parentheses, O'Neill Park, west side, no parking. So the west side of the street, which is the side of the O'Neill Park, where the softball field is and the soccer field, no parking anytime on behalf of the residents and also the community and for public safety reasons. Residents have complained because of the ongoing traffic and the incredible use of the park throughout the months. Short Street is a two-way street allowing travel in both north and southbound directions.
Yes, Officer Cannon?
Yes.
Just give it that, what is the upcoming, like, is you're gonna be recommended, so that way we can save
Yes.
it sometime?
So I consulted with the engineer, and he recommended that that side, which is the west side, be no parking. And that's his
So it's only one
recommendation.
side, there is gonna be no parking, and one
Correct.
side, okay. So, can I get a motion to send document 27123 with favorable recommendation to order public hearing? Motion has.
Doc,
Just read,
yep, so document 27223. 27223 is for resident parking only. It was a request for that specific area, Short Street between Oak and Chestnut. And I do not recommend this ordinance to be passed. So that's,
and I see the reason why.
I can explain.
if you're gonna be sure,
I'm always,
then I'm gonna allow you, okay?
the only residents that live there are Camilla Tioli Way. There are only 4 units, and they have, since the petition, put parking specifically right behind those residents inside of the property. So that does not affect them any longer.
Yes, do you want add that we've been going to monthly meeting on those project for more than 5 times? And we being explained because they are the one have to provide parking to them. But anyway, yes, thank you. Can I get a motion to send document 27223 with favor recommendation for withdrawal?
I can make a motion that we send this document with an unfavorable recommendation and withdraw. Is that right?
Yeah.
Unfavorable.
Yeah.
We're not favorable.
Want to come out with a, continue being the president of the council.
27323 was also made by District B Councilor Estela Reyes on behalf of Oak Street residents for resident parking Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week, from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m., from Jackson Street all the way to Short Street, which is the south side or even number side, from 36 from 36 to 104 Oak Street. Oak Street, it's a two-way street, has public sidewalk and off-street parking for the odd numbers, which is 41 to 95, or north side. This odd number of the northerly side of the street is exclusive for the residents of Heritage Common Park Apartments located in the Camilla Tioli Way community. Camilla Tioli Way community. The south or even number side, which is 36 through 104 of the street, is composed of multi-family houses with limited parking spaces on and off the street. During the last few years, there have been complaints by residents on the even number, which is the one requesting this resident parking only, due to limited parking. The main complaint and the root of the problem was the over-reliance and the use of the limited space by local businesses, specifically 3 auto repair garages, salons, the barber shops, patrons utilizing these locations. This issue only affects the south side, even number of Oak Street, because of the opposite side already has private parking. I recommend the length of the street starting on Jackson Street all the way to Short Street at approximately 600. I recorded the length of the street from Jackson to Short, approximately 648 feet. The width of the street was 34 feet evenly. I do recommend this item to be granted for the south or even number side from number 36 to 104 of Oak Street. However, I am also requesting for this matter to be forwarded to the city engineer for review and recommendation in order to confirm that the ordinance can be made exclusively for the south side or even number residents.
Can I get a motion to send document 27423 to the city engineer and also to table the document? Properly second, all those in favor? The ayes have it. That's 273.
27323, yes.
Yep. Need to be sure. You got that one, Pat? Okay.
So 27423 is a duplicate, I believe. So we can withdraw this one, and I'll get to the point which is 287 and 288.
Motion. Yeah. 270. Yeah, to withdraw.
Motion that we send up to the council with a recommendation to withdraw this item.
Motion has been made properly second, all those.
So two, $88. Right, so 274 is a duplicate of 287 and 288. I don't know why, but it was there. Yep. So this, requesting for,
Which document we gonna be sending for withdrawal?
270, we already did 274, that's withdrawal.
274, and then we're gonna go back to 287 and 288.
Correct, and those are the good ones.
Go ahead, 287
Okay.
and 288.
287, 23 is a request made by District Councilor B, District B Councilor Estela Reyes, for no parking anytime sign to be placed in front of municipal-owned property, which is, it's a vacant lot. It's located at 131-133 Bennington Street. I do request this request to be granted. If the council passes the request, the sign should be placed in the following location: from the southeast corner of Stearns Avenue on Bennington Street, traveling south to a point 270 feet. This places a sign on the east side of the sidewalk on Bennington Street in front of 131-133 Bennington Street. So I guess I should explain a little bit about what's going on. So Bennington Street, at this location, at a certain point in the past, there were two houses, multifamilies. They burnt down, or they're no longer there. They were 131 through 133, and then the next line item is 137-139. Because of the problems with parking, the city was kind enough to paved and allow permit parking for these residents. They're spaced, they're lined, and they have signs, resident parking, and the traffic control does go and they check for the permits on these vehicles. And what's happening is that the entrance, it's a middle driveway, and people park on either side of this driveway. And because Bennington Street allows parking on both sides of the street, you can't get in or you can't get out of this parking space because of the parking situation. So we're limiting the parking in front of the driveway so that there's only parking on the opposite side, enough room for people to maneuver in or out of this parking space. So that's what this is about.
So we're gonna be sending document 2. We have to send both documents, 137,
287 and 288.
So can I get a motion to send document 287, 23, and 288, 23 with favor recommendation to make only one public hearing for both documents? Second. Yeah, so we're not gonna be paid for it.
Okay.
287 and 281.
288.
287 and 288, only one public hearing for both documents. No, we haven't taken, 286.
286 is next.
Okay, perfect, go ahead.
So 286-23 is a petition made by resident Jessica Aquino requesting a traffic study for the intersection of Union Street at Summer Street. These streets allow parking on both sides. They also have 2 senior living housing developments and normal residential commercial multi-family homes. There are a lot of vehicles that always travel through the park within the common streets. Most congestion occurs during peak times of the early morning, afternoon, and evening hours. Summer Street on the west portion of Union Street has a width of 34 feet and is considered a one-way. Summer Street on the east portion of Union Street has a width of 33 feet and is considered two-way. Union Street is also a two-way running north and south, where it's on the northerly side has a width of 34 feet. And on the southerly side, it has a width of 35 feet. I do recommend that no parking anytime should be placed on the easterly side of the sidewalk on Union Street from Summer Street, east side, to Havel Street. However, I also further request and do recommend this matter to be forwarded to the acting city engineer for his review and further recommendation, because I think that we need to sit with that constituent and ask her specifically what her thoughts are in improving that area, and also seeing if anything can be done, because the way it is, it's really tough to do any changes to it.
Okay, I know there is traffic light in less than corner, and I know that, but let's do this. Can I send this document 286 to the city engineer and also to table the document? Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? Aye. Ayes have it.
Next document is 30723. Request was made by District D Councilor Rodriguez on behalf of residents of Shaw Court, requesting resident parking. That street is a really strange street. I tried to figure out where the street starts, where the street ends, where the sidewalks are, and it's really difficult. I responded to the location, observed that the street is a dead end. It's a two-way with no sidewalk on either side and very limited parking capacity due to the street being extremely narrow. The principal properties on the street have ample off-street parking, except for the 2 corner houses located at the intersection with Mason Street. I attempted to identify the sidewalks respectively and the public way. I recorded the length of the street as a possible 209 feet. There is only one house attached with a garage and plenty of land and yard alongside it, which is number 2 Shaw Court, all the way to the corner property to right to the end. The odd side of the street has numerous condominiums, 1 through 7, which are 4 units, situated side by side with 15 parking spaces, off-street parking. I estimated the sidewalk on the even side as having a width of 8 feet. The public way has a width of possibly 12 feet, and the odd side of the street having a possible width of 8 feet. I recommend this item to be forwarded to the acting city engineer for his review, his guidance, for the purpose of this request.
Motion to send document 30723 to city engineer and also to table.
The next item, line item is 30823, was made by Councilor at Large Levy on behalf of proprietor Mr. Vega, La Carniceria Market, located at 88 Jackson Street, which is at the intersection of Oak Street. He was looking for 15-minute parking on the Oak Street side. I explained to him that he wanted on Jackson Street. I explained to him that there were metered parking. Then he requested on Oak Street, and I explained to him that that wouldn't work because there's a hydrant beyond the 20 feet, and by the time the person parks, it'd be too far for him. He, at Liberty, explained to me that he has property behind the store, so he's using that space for parking, so he's all set. So this item should be withdrawn.
Motion to send document 38223 for withdrawal. Late.
Next document is 36122. This is a very, 36122. You won't find it, it's not there.
I'd like to make a motion, we go past 10 PM.
Guys have it. If we don't have it in the package, we can discuss it.
It's in the package, but you have to, it is a packet. It's a packet. City Engineer Felix Garcia? Yes. 36122. 36122. Okay, so this, I'll basically explain that from that time until now, we were discussing Counselor Gregory Del Rosario is the petitioner or requester for this on behalf of the charter school. And the food, I should know, Colony Foods, the company across the street from it. They were having a really tough time trying to negotiate and manage the amount of traffic that goes through that street with the 18-wheelers and the school buses and the parent pickup during the morning and afternoon. So we got together and we started discussing and trying to figure out a solution. The ideal solution was created by then Felix Garcia, who was able to help us create this plan based on his recommendation for making that space or that street a one-way during specific times so that you'd be able to get traffic through safely and it would have less impact on the residents as well as the business as well as the school community. So he created this this document which goes into details regarding his recommendation. So one-way street will simplify crossing for pedestrians. This must look for, who must look for traffic in only one direction. This will be a great benefit for the charter school. The proposed one-way at Railroad Street going from Havel Street to May Street will also reduce conflict at the intersection of Havel Street and Railroad Street. The Office of Engineering evaluated the roadway geometrics, operating characteristics, safety concerns, and potential improvement scenarios for Railroad Street between Havel Street and May Street, the segment of the road currently experiencing safety concerns. Based on the field's review of the existing conditions and MassDOT crash data, the Office of Engineering recommends converting Railroad Street from a two-way street to a one-way street where the traffic flows northeastbound from Havel Street to May Street. So it's going to be all the time, actually.
one-way street to Charter School. That's gonna be to
Well,
order.
all the time. It's going to be a one-way street all the time, going from Havel Street towards May Street on Railroad.
Motion to send document 361-22, with favor recommendation to order public hearing. Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
So 36023 is the next one. 360,
60 is on the new items. Do you have any other items before we go to new items?
yes. So 3,
Can you keep that one for last?
okay. 27419,
27419.
274-2019. So 274-2019 was put on the agenda, and the petitioner, Ms. Mercedes, Sue Mercedes, I noticed that we somehow missed her. We never got to her. So what we're requesting is to, she's fine, she doesn't need the handicap anymore, and so we're looking to withdraw this item.
Two-
274-19.
Street.
No? It's a withdrawal.
What's the number, 270?
274-19.
I'd like to make a motion that we send 27419 to the full council with a favorable recommendation to withdraw.
Motion has been made, second. All those in favor? The ayes have it.
The next one is 313-23. So I'm going to ask, do you by chance have that item with you, the actual document? That item, because I misplaced mine. I don't know if I, in transition.
Parking sign to be granted if council passes this ordinance request to sign should be placed at the following location. From the southeast corner of Parker Street on the Springfield Street, traveling east to a point of 310 feet for 20 feet to point of 330 feet. Please place the handicap sign on south side on the sidewalk in front of 29 Springfield Street. Can I get a motion to send document 31323 with favor recommendation to order public hearing? So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All in favor? Aye, the ayes.
I do want to say that that was also petitioned by Council President LaPlante for that particular item. That was for the church issue? Yeah.
So you're trying to say that the officers coming and lied in public? Oh my gosh.
Give you. I can't believe you. You trying? Make sure that doesn't happen when I'm serving as a city councilor, okay? Last document, is the last one or what?
Last one,
Okay,
360-23.
that's a new item. Can I get document 36023 out of order This is a new item. We haven't sent anything to anywhere. 360. 360, 23. This is a new item. 360.
Second page.
Second page, new items. Can I get a motion to take document 36023 out of order?
Second.
Aye, the ayes.
So this document was being requested by District E Councilor Infante on behalf of Mr. Alves of Cuge Boy Gordo Market, which is I'm sorry that I'm mispronouncing, but it's a Brazilian market on Brookfield Street. The address is number 34 Brookfield Street. What they're looking for is a 15-minute parking in front of their business because the people just park there all day, they don't move, and they need the space for their customers. So I do recommend 15-minute parking per their request, if the council allows it. $277. Did I miss that one? One second. 277. 277? Yeah, so that was on the agenda, but if you can table that, so. No, we haven't discussed it, and I missed that one. So I did go by the address, and apparently originally the request was for the husband, and then he suddenly passed, sadly, and she's requesting it for her. She's also handicapped, but she's away at the moment, and I wish to table it until I can speak with her and find out.
So you never read it, it's still tabled, we never take it out, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
so,
perfect.
Pat, we never take 277 out of table. Okay? We never take it out, but just to be safe, motion to retable 27723. Okay? To retable document 27723. So that way we're not gonna be getting duplicate, okay?
Okay.
I hope that we don't miss any other meeting and we don't have to reschedule, so that way we don't have to keep you for almost 2 hours. Good job. But, thank you. So we're gonna go to the top of the agenda.
No, thank you.
So we are gonna be going, to the top of the agenda. 37123 water fountain to remember all Lawrence M.A. Vietnam veterans who served their country. It has been put on the agenda by myself and Councilor President and Councilor Rich Russell. What are we gonna do with this? I know that we say that we're gonna be doing, do you have any information?
Thank you, Madam. So I have some preliminary information. So when this item was first put on, it was with the idea, first of all, I need to read this, not read it, but I need to say this into the record. When Stockton Park was made many years ago, there was, later in the 1960s, there was a fountain that was placed there. The fountain that was placed there for the Vietnam veterans from South Lawrence in their memories. Well, that fountain was used for some time and then fell into disrepair and was eventually removed from and demolished and taken out because it was past the apparent ability for its rehabilitation and fixing. So a new Stockton Park has been since issued. A new fountain has been placed. The mayor was very aggressive in getting a fountain naming for our former colleague Roger Toomey. So that took place after a vote of the city council. So now the reality is that we have the Vietnam veterans who had a fountain. That fountain was taken away, and it just doesn't seem right, as you know, that's why you're a co-sponsor, that we would forget the Vietnam veterans. And I think we can do better than what happened in 1969, which I think is what we're doing here. In 1969, it was a tough vote in this chamber when in 1968 we had more deaths in Vietnam than in any other year. And that very next year, this city council, despite the unpopularity of the war, decided to go forward to remember its fallen from at least South Lawrence. Can we do better? We can do better by including not just South Lawrence, but the entire city. And not just those who were killed in action, because since then, there is a memorial for those fallen at the Bellevue Cemetery, and their names are on a monument. This marker will be for all all those individuals who served in Vietnam or in the Vietnam theater. Why? Because when they came back, unlike every other war where our veterans received accolades and appreciation and parades, these Vietnam veterans didn't get that. And so what we're going to do, I hope, with your vote and with the mayor's cooperation, I believe he will be cooperative, I think he is, on this, is to find a suitable place. Now, the challenge. On this is a bookmark. The mayor wants to beautify the gateways. The South Broadway gateway, as you go to 495, is a big triangle. I do think it's not, my strong hunch in talking with our assessor's office, I haven't validated it yet, but it's probably not city property. It probably is state property because 28 is a state highway. And if we were to put something there, we would need a home rule petition, and thankfully we have not only a city council chair and vice president, but we also have a state rep, and that would be helpful, right? However, Councilor Russell, who is a Vietnam veteran who served in Vietnam, has got a rapport with some of his folks, and he's got a network of Vietnam veterans. And this is not unanimous by any stretch. There are probably Vietnam veterans who feel on both sides of this. But the folks he's talked to would rather see something on the Campagnon Common with the other veterans markers, Korea, Spanish American, World War II. We don't have a World War I, oddly enough. It was supposed to be the stadium, but that's a different discussion. But we do have Afghanistan. We do have stuff here at the Campagnon. That seems to be the place. So I'm torn, to be candid with you. I'm torn between honoring the vote in '69, but also understanding that we could do better than that. And I would love to have it on the south side for obvious reasons. That's where the original fountain was. But I'm not married to that. I'm just letting you know exactly how I feel about it. So I really would love to have that discussion as to what would the monument look like. If we're going to have it on the common, are we going to have a fountain? I don't know if that works. Maybe it does. I don't know. But it's going to take a bigger conversation than the three of us, I think, because I don't have the answers. I would love to have Vietnam veterans here, the people who we're looking to honor, right? The people who we're looking to honor. But again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Even the Vietnam veterans are not, I don't believe, are unanimous on one side. You're going to get a pocket of people who want it just the way it was in '69, and you're going to have another pocket of Vietnam veterans who think something different. So it's going to be a tough spot because of that, right? And there's still, as we're losing them, but there's still some around, some Vietnam veterans. So anyway, I'm looking for your help. So what are we doing? So what I would like to do is this. I'd like to engage, and I just don't have the bandwidth, to be honest. I'd like to engage in a conversation with our Vietnam veterans. Maybe we bring in, I don't have it in complete pockets. We do have Bill Collins, for example, who with his DAV has got contacts. We have Hoppy Kern with his contacts. We have Jamie Melendez with his contacts. We have a former VA official, Francisco Ureno, who may, as the airport director, who may have some contacts. We do have a bunch of people who I think can maybe come here and give us some, they're going to be conflicting, but at least give us some thoughts, right?
So what I think that we should do, and I like that idea, and I'm sure they agree to that. So why we don't do this? We're gonna be table this item, and then we're gonna run this through Jamie Melende. We don't have to make them come here at 7 o'clock and spend all night here. We can go to them, just as a courtesy. We can go to them, we can see, how they're feeling, and we can touch base with how they feel about what we proceeding to do. So, first is motion to table, and then run this to Jamie Melende to get any contact, which I don't think we have to make a motion, because you can ask him or we can ask him.
Before we go to make a motion to table, my question to you, Vice President and Chair, is, when you say outside of this chamber, how is that going to happen? Are we going to organize a meeting somewhere?
Yes,
or
we are
how?
going to be we're going to be organizing a meeting at the senior center.
Okay, there we go. All right.
We can do it at a senior center. We can pick a day after November 7th. It doesn't have to be next week. It can be afterward. And yeah, right. And then we can go. You gonna be in charge to ask Jamie Melende, right?
I got a better point, but
Okay.
I'm going to follow you on your point. I think, Madam Chair, because this is already a document, I feel a little squirrely about having public discussion now that this is on the agenda. My thought would be, would you be willing to listen to what they have to say at the senior center?
Of course.
Could we have a special quote-unquote ordinance committee meeting? That way it's posted and we're taking care of business. For the only item is to deal with this one issue, and you can post it and all that stuff, so we're not talking out of school.
That's not gonna be at 7 o'clock at night. So it's gonna be during the day, because the reason that so whatever time they are going to available to, because I can't speak on their behalf. So we have to kind of see, and then we can meet with them, it doesn't have to be at 7 o'clock.
We could have a special meeting during the day
During
and
the
post
day.
it and all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
during the day, and any council can join us if
Sure.
they want to.
Sure.
But it's gonna
As
be
a listening
because-
session or something, right?
Exactly,
Right.
because what I do not want to is make them come 7 o'clock, which, a meeting like today.
Yeah,
Even
it's
though
late.
we're gonna be taking then out of order, but then we're gonna spend a meeting for 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, which is gonna be too late for them. So, the motion is to?
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to table in a second, but I'm going to reach out to those key players that I just mentioned. I'm going to work with them and with you to develop a time during the week, and then we'll take it from there. So with that, I'll make a motion to table.
Motion to table has been made, second. All those in favor? The
Aye.
ayes have it. 272, 23, one-way Saratoga has been proven myself. And can I get a motion to send document 272 to Officer Cano and also to table the document?
Second.
275, 375 and 376 as a block is both item to be withdrawal.
So moved.
75 and 376, Pat. Okay? Okay. 372 is table and send it to Officer Cano. 375 and 376, withdrawal. Block 373, 377, 378, 379, and 380 as a block to send it for public hearing, only one document for all these documents, to order public hearing.
Second.
377, 378, 379, 380. All the document, favor recommendation to order public hearing, and only one document for all the public, yeah. Yeah. 381, handicap parking, four-way space, Chestnut Street. Officer Cano, can I send the document to him and also to table it? 381.
Second.
Table and send it to Officer Cano. 381. Okay, I'm gonna be taking all these documents, okay, 342. Motion to table document 342.
Second.
Motion made, second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, 354, 355, 356, 357 as a block to send it to Officer Cano and also to table those documents. 354, 355, 356, 357. Table and send it to Officer Cano. Three, all's in favor? The ayes have it. 359-23, disclosure of municipal employees assisting on election day, general election, Jorleni Gutierrez. Can I send this document in favor of recommendation since this is so close to election? Motion?
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes. 361, 362, 365, 365. Recommendation to order public hearing.
Second.
Motion made, second, all those in favor? The ayes have it. Okay, 327-23, transit vendor license. Can I get a motion to table this document and send correspondent to the applicants to be present to our next ordinance committee?
Second.
All's in favor? The ayes have it. 328, Presh of the Word of God, September 29 and 30. This is already over. Can I send document 328 to withdraw? Because I don't know what to do with this. I mean, this is over. 330-23, Speaker River Cleanup, September 23rd. Send it for withdrawal.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor? The ayes have it. Okay. 331, 333, 334, 335, 336, and 338 to send it to Officer Cano and also to table all the documents. 333, 334, 335, 336, and 338. Got those? 337, proposal of $100 fee for all agenda items requiring a public hearing. Councilor Russell, can I get a motion to table and send it to the city attorney to make sure that they send a final draft, because I don't know what we're looking and if it's something that we have in place.
Second for discussion, so I think so I wish he was here, and he was here earlier today. I would like to listen to Counselor Russell's,
We can send a correspondent to be present to our next ordinance committee.
I think he's well within the rights to go ahead and do that. I just don't.
And I like that.
It's an interesting policy discussion, right? It's worthy of a good discussion. Because there's gonna be people who are not gonna, I mean, if you have a handicap parking placard that you need, that's gonna have to go for a public hearing. You're gonna charge them $100 just to do that. So maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not.
Which is why I'm sending it up to the city attorney to make sure that he look it into any information that we can provide not only to him, but also to the public. Because I agree with you. How about if that person doesn't have $100 to afford to go to public hearing and need a handicap parking space?
Yeah, I guess, how do you, I mean, it's a great question, I don't have an answer. So you'd rather just send it, I'll do whatever you like, you'd rather send it to the city attorney now and try to get a clarification, or would you rather have talked to Mr. Russell and get, or which direction do you want to go in?
I think, makes more sense just to talk to Mr. Russell and to table at this point and not to send it to anywhere until we get a full information, what he's looking to do with this. Okay? So motion to table, document 33723, and also to send correspondent to, who? Councilor Russell, to be present in our next, ordinance committee.
And then can we take, and I'll second that motion, can we also, as a courtesy to our colleagues, can we take them, all of us have busy schedules, can we take them near the beginning of the meeting if we're gonna bring, I may not be here.
I usually do so.
Oh, okay.
But thank you. Thank you for
Apologies,
doing that.
I'm not here when you're here,
Yeah.
like that.
You're
Thank
gonna
you.
be, I'm sure. Don't. Why, we didn't have a quorum. Okay, I think that was the last item in our agenda as a new items. So the rest of it was, table items. Okay. Table it in. Okay, any table item? No? Motion to adjourn?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. The ayes have it.